And we are live. 1, 2, 1, 2. Big up everybody. Those tuning in. 1, 2, 1, 2. Yeah, we're live. Big up everybody. Those on X, formerly known as Twitter, those on YouTube. We're here live and direct as we are Monday to Thursday at 8 p.m. Today should be a very good show. The title of today is Lying Liars Who Love to Lie and the Miscreants Who Support Them. And as usual, we do a little housekeeping. So with that housekeeping, we want to make sure that everyone gets the link to call in for those who want to call in. This will be a topic today that I know a lot of people would have interest in if it doesn't get throttled by the social media places. Um, we know that YouTube and Facebook do not have a good record when it comes to censorship. We might do a special segment episode on the Twitter files. The Twitter files is basically files that were dug up uh, that Elon Musk got when he bought Twitter. He was able to get files of the correspondences that the federal government was having with social media companies to censor anybody who had any types of opinions that was outside of the sanctioned government opinion during the pandemic. So, yeah, blessed love, Kashaku. And what that revealed was it was actually a violation of the First Amendment, where there's not supposed to be government intervention. But what's happening, what the government did was very sneaky. What they did was they used private companies to do censorship instead of the government trying to censor people per se. They did it through private companies. And of course, if you own a social media company and the White House calls you and, you know, intelligence agencies call you and they tell you, hey, we need you to do X, Y, and Z, of course you pay attention because they can make your lives miserable, right? So they were basically told even specific accounts to ban and throttle during, I would say, 2020 to 2023. And it's called the Twitter Files. And I'll probably do a show. I might do it tomorrow. Who knows? Because it's related to today's show. And I can tell you my own story and how I was throttled and I was banned from doing any advertising with my company on Twitter and Instagram. And also, YouTube basically shadow banned me as well to the point where if you searched herbal results on YouTube, my company would not come up with my company's name and the channel, the YouTube channel is called Herbal Results. So you would literally go herbal results and it would not come up. Nothing would come up. No videos. My site wouldn't come up. Nothing. My YouTube page would not come up. Nothing. And that was because I decided to challenge the narrative on. So when we talk about the pandemic, there were a couple things that I recognized. We're going to get into it, but let's do a little housekeeping. But I recognized immediately when they were lying. And so when you realize that a government is lying, particularly government that brought you the Tuskegee syphilis experiment, which really concluded in the 1980s, a lot of people think that it was something that was in the ancient times, but the Tuskegee syphilis experiment, y'all, was running after I was born. I was born in 1972. And in the 80s, they discontinued the Tuskegee syphilis experiment. In the Tuskegee syphilis experiment, a lot of people get it wrong. They said people being injected with syphilis. That wasn't the case. What it was that it was a population study. Yes, big up Shabaka. It was a population study. It was an epidemiological study, really, to see how syphilis progresses in a human being. And how it also spreads in a community, like how contagious is it? And they have different calculations for something being contagious in terms of being able to spread, and they wanted to do that with syphilis. And so the way they wanted to do it was to evaluate it, of course, in what they call the lowest hanging fruit of their society, which they deem to be black folks. Um, so they wanted to do a black community. Usually, with these types of medical studies, it's usually done with imprisoned people. But the problem with doing an epidemiological study with people who are in prison is that a prison is an artificial environment. It's not a natural environment. People are cramped together, and then also there's no gender differences, right? You have all males, all females, and people are in close quarters. People, it's not like a real community. So the Tuskegee syphilis experiment that they want to conduct based on epidemiological spread of syphilis, which is a sexually transmitted disease, could not really be done well with the prison population. So what they decided to do was they chose a community in Tuskegee, Alabama, where folks were coming down with syphilis, particularly men. And at the time, there was a treatment, and the treatment was penicillin. And I'll even give you like why this is even important. The whole penicillin thing is important because we're going to get to ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine and all of that, and we'll see why this all kind of ties together. So essentially, people were diagnosed with syphilis, and the men who had syphilis were not treated. So they wanted to see how it was going to spread to their wives, their girlfriend, and how it would spread in the community, how fast it would spread. So it was an epidemiological study. It was a population study that the United States government took on. And as a matter of fact, the Center for Disease Control only apologized for that test like in the 2000s. And like I said, it concluded in the 1980s. So, when we talk about these things, these are not like ancient things. Even when we talk about like slavery in America, it's not ancient. I spoke about it in one of the lives that, fun fact, Harriet Tubman's life, she lived at the same time that Thomas Jefferson lived and Ronald Reagan lived, right? Thomas Jefferson was president in the early 1800s of America. I think he was the third president, right? And he was part of the revolution in 1776. He was part of that. He was not even like a young man he wasn't like in his teens. He was a grown ass man during the American Revolution. And Harriet Tubman lived during his lifetime and Ronald Reagan's lifetime. So she lived when, Thomas Jefferson was an older man, and she lived when Ronald Reagan was a child. So from that time span, she actually was alive. And so when we start talking about these things, we have to understand that time is not as distant as we think it is, right? So therefore, we must keep a long memory. What's being done right now with the pandemic, the height of the pandemic was, let's just call it March 2020 till about mid 2023 when things started, tapering down and they started relaxing, mandates and travel and all of that. I'd say probably mid 2023. So you had a good 3 years of some really fascinating things that happened that I think that anyone who wants to pretend and forget about these things and don't study these things that happened during that time and how literally there was what they call mass psychosis happening, where you had groupthink and you had the heights of media power where, fear was invoked, and there were different ways that they did it. And it was really it was a social test. It was a real social test. And what was so fascinating during the pandemic was you saw people who like to call themselves left wing, who were typically anti-establishment people, anti-corporate people, anti-pharmaceutical industry people, became pro-government when it's the government they liked, right? Because they all hated Trump, and so anything that Trump said, they championed the opposite. And so, because Biden and the Democratic Party was the anti-Trump, anything the Democratic Party said, a lot of people just took hook, line, and sinker. And they lost the power of being perspicacious. And perspicacious meaning the power to discern. It was really fascinating to watch. I mean, I saw people who were activists, and I remember there was one brother in particular I knew from Miami days who was like an anti-police activist. A very, very good brother, I would say. He was, big voice on police brutality. When I used to practice law, he used to, we used to talk about different legal things, and he'd get my advice sometimes and ask me to participate with the ACLU, who he was very good friends with on certain projects around police brutality. But because he hated Trump so much, he became a propagandist for the pharmaceutical industrial complex unknowingly. I mean, I remember having a very, very robust back and forth with him on Facebook on the studies on hydroxychloroquine. And, he was, his position was it's all a fraud, blah, 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 blah. And really what it was his hatred for Trump, because Trump was pro hydroxychloroquine. And it's not as if Trump knew anything about hydroxychloroquine. It's just that people informed him about hydroxychloroquine being useful for COVID. And so as president of the country, he just repeated what he heard from the experts. Now, why did the experts say that? Well, turns out that in the pandemic, it turned out that there was already a SARS-CoV-1. So this was called SARS-CoV-2. And they had papers on SARS-CoV-1, and both SARS-CoV-1 and SARS-CoV-2 are what you refer to as RNA viruses. So RNA viruses all behave the same way, in the sense that they invade the cell and then they hijack an apparatus inside the cell called an RNA polymerase. The RNA polymerase acts as a Xerox machine for the cell. As a Xerox machine to replicate virus, an RNA virus, SARS-CoV-1 being one of them, SARS-CoV-2. And it turned out that SARS-CoV-1 had been something that was known about and studied in the early 2000s. And they showed that zinc stopped the replication of SARS-CoV-1. And I read the papers because I like to read scientific papers just for fun. But the reason why I read the papers was because during that time that this whole thing popped off, so every now and then, those of you all who are like over 25, 30 listening, you'll be familiar with every now and then you get this type of scare that goes on in the news. They'll say like mad cow disease, they'll say foot and mouth disease, they'll say bird flu, they'll say all of these different things that's supposed to be terrible. And then you hear about like Ebola, you hear about a few different things, right? And within those times, you just feel like you're listening to the news and maybe this could happen, but nothing usually ended up happening. At the time, I happened to be in Africa working on a project, and this is January 2020, and I'm starting to hear about this virus coming out of China, and it's starting to close down China, and people are keeping an eye on it. It's January 2020, and then February comes, and they say they're starting to close down airports. And I said, oh, this is a little bit more serious than, those other scares of the past. And I decided to look into it myself. When I looked into it, uh, there was already things about coronaviruses. There was already studies about coronavirus. And it turns out that 40% of the common cold was actually coronaviruses. So it's a family of viruses that are RNA viruses. And so I started digging up the research. It showed very clearly that zinc stopped the replication of the virus. The only problem was is that zinc has two positive ionic charges. So zinc does not readily enter the cell because of the polarity that the two positive ionic charges cause in terms of the cell and its entrance. So it's almost like if you have the virus, no, if you have like the cell here, and then you have the zinc element, zinc, and it has two positive ionic charges, it creates a polarity. Polarity almost like two positive charges, two magnets with positive charges. They don't, they kind of repel. So you need something that changes the polarity of the cell, and it's called a zinc ionophore, right? And I wrote about it extensively. So zinc ionophore is a second thing that you need, and it turns out that the study showed that chloroquine, quinine, is a zinc ionophore. That it allows zinc to rush into the cell, and then when it rushes into the cell, it shuts off the RNA polymerase from copying the virus and replicating the virus, right? So I said, oh, this is very interesting. Well, this is where hydroxychloroquine comes in. Hydroxychloroquine, we know very well in Africa. It's been used for decades in Africa for malaria. And it was on the World Health Organization's list of most essential and safe drugs that the world needs, right? And it'd been on there for decades. So when Trump brought up hydroxychloroquine, the media's job through their funding from pharmaceutical companies, because what people don't realize is that the majority of advertising that is done on these media channels is usually from the pharmaceutical companies. And we'll go through that now. I have a lot of receipts to show. So, pour your wine, get your coconut water, roll up what you need to roll up, and just buckle in, because I have a lot of receipts that I'm going to show. I'm not going to do like a whole lecture on, the whole pandemic. If you want to see the lectures, I have lectures on Rumble. I'm talking like very lengthy lectures that I did in like 2021 when everything was popping off. Bless up Bolakaja. I have them on Rumble. Of course, YouTube blocked it. I wrote stuff on Facebook. Of course, Facebook throttled it. It may still be available. And I gave a lot of references to studies for everything that I said, basically to teach people about the virus, how to actually treat themselves and reverse it. And one of the beautiful things was those who did catch it, I got a lot of inboxes saying, yeah, I was sick, my mother was sick, my father was sick, did exactly what you said, and they got better right away. And, there was even people sneaking in olive leaf extract in the hospital in like people's like bags when they went to the hospital to take to them, because visitation was prescribed, right? You could not visit, not prescribed, but proscribed. It was something that was made like unable to happen. Even family members, and there's a lot of people who lost their family members and weren't able to see them. And we can't forget this time, like a lot of us are living as if nothing ever happened. But some of the most egregious things happened during that time based on pharmaceutical companies hijacking the government and trying to create a windfall for themselves through the expense of human beings. Also, it came out very clear that this was not a virus that was gotten from bats at a Chinese wet market. Turned out that that wet market was right across the street from a Wuhan laboratory that was doing what you call gain of function research on coronaviruses, funded by the United States government, a la Anthony Fauci. And those who actually took time, people who are, so you have to be what you call a genetic biologist. So a genetic biologist would be able to look at a virus and look at the genetic sequence of a virus and see if it's naturally occurring or if it's man-made. And every single genetic biologist that had a chance to look at SARS-CoV-2, which we call COVID-19, and me even saying it might get me throttled or flagged on YouTube or whatever. So if there's any problem with like this broadcast and they shut it off because of what I'm saying, just go to Twitter. Search my name on Twitter and you'll see the stream. But let me do a little housekeeping and give in the call-in link, because I know sometimes people want to call in and chop it up about what's happening. So I'll do that. So I put in call in here, and I will put that on Facebook, and I will put it on Twitter and YouTube. All right. So I'm gonna just type it there, and we're gonna continue the conversation. So some genetic biologists looked at the sequencing of the coronavirus, SARS-CoV-2, what they call COVID-19. And lo and behold, they saw that there was what you call cleavage at the furin site. What that means is that when they do splicing of genes, there will be cleavage where you inject another part of a gene or another part of DNA or a sequence into what already exists. And what they saw with SARS-2 was that there was cleavage at the site that was the telltale sign of man-made manipulation of the genomic sequence of that particular virus. So there's only two ways that it could have happened. Either it happened naturally or it was man-made through, scientific intervention. And the way that you can tell it is done through scientific intervention is you could see cleavage at a particular site within the DNA structure, the genomic structure of that particular virus. And everyone who looked at it saw it. And the only way that it could have happened was through some type of genetic mutation that would have taken billions of years to happen, or it was done intentionally at a place that is actually doing gain of function research. So what gain of function research is literally those words, is that they're trying to gain functionality for a particular virus. So, and what is that gaining of functionality? Making it more potent and making it more virulent, So that's what gain of function research is. Now, what the scientists, bless up Ebony Simpson, what the scientists will say, why it's important in gain of function research is that, well, we've got to make these viruses more potent so that we can get antidotes to them, just in case somehow someone else makes it more potent, an enemy country makes it more potent, or it somehow happens in nature. That's how they justify it. But it turned out the gain of function research, probably the only good thing that Barack Obama did when he was president, was he banned gain of function research. And so that was a law that was passed. And then after his presidency, Trump becomes president, and this guy, Anthony Fauci, who's been head of the United States Infectious Disease Department, and also pretty much the chief scientist who allows other scientists to get grant money. That's where his real power is that he basically signs off on grant money for scientists. And 90% of scientists, they survive off of grant money. So you have to be in the good graces of Anthony Fauci if you want to feed your family as a scientist. That's how, university professors, they have to file grants that end up have to be approved by Anthony Fauci. And he'd been in the same position since the 80s. He actually was the highest paid government employee until he retired. And he had that position in the 80s, and he was the head of policy for AIDS. And he's the one who took AZT off of the shelf when it was banned, because it was originally used as a chemotherapy. But even the medical establishment said that AZT was too toxic. And so they banned it. But good old Anthony Fauci brought it back to be used for AIDS patients. And in fact, people started dying from AZT more than AIDS itself. And there's a big article about that in Spin Magazine. If anyone wants to really do research, I can share it with you all, because I'm bringing some receipts today. It's not going to be exhaustive because I've done long lectures on this, and it's online. So if you really, really were interested in this, but most people are usually interested based on being scared and feeling like, oh, I might get the virus, or I might get infected, or a family member might get infected. So I want to listen to this 3-hour lecture. Most people are not intellectually curious. So I don't expect anyone to go through my old lectures. But if you did want to do that and spend a good 3 hours, you could just go to Rumble and put in my name, and you'll see. I think I did 2 major lectures. One called because they said safe and effective. And I took the position that these so-called vaccines, which they were not, and we'll get into that as well, were not safe and effective. And then another one about the virus itself and how to protect yourself and reverse it in case you, came down with any of the symptoms. So we talked about that. By the way, so what I want to do is I want to share this with you all. I'm going to show you all this. This is from 1989. And just a little background if you wanted to know about Anthony Fauci. So this is it. This is from 1989. I'm just going to share this with you all. Yeah, I'm going to say a lot of things. Hold on. Ebony says, wow, I didn't know that. I'm going to say a lot of things that a lot of people didn't know. And we're going to get into it today. Like I said, it's not going to be exhaustive because there's going to be a lot of things I'm leaving out just for the interest of time. And I know that most people care about things based on how it affects them today and not necessarily being historians. How he gained so much power. Yeah, he stayed in power for like 40 years. So I'm not sure how he got so much power. I mean, it's a good question. But right here is the article that people want to look at. It's entitled AIDS and AZT Scandal Spins 1989 Features Sins of Omission. It was something that covers it from Spin Magazine. It's their 1989 article. And they go specifically into Anthony Fauci and AIDS, and basically how he was in charge of everything and in charge of the policies, and he led everyone wrong, and it was completely a disaster. And so the fact that he would then be given a second chance for another pandemic or epidemic is beyond me, right? But it also turns out that his governmental organization, along with the National Institute of Health, they actually make money on vaccines. They split a lot of the money that comes from vaccines with the pharmaceutical companies and the FDA as well. A lot of people don't know, but the FDA, so this is it right here. AIDS and the AZT scandal, Spin's 1989 feature, Sins of Omission, right? Um, so you can look that up too. That's a cover of it from like 2015. And so you could just put in Spin Magazine, Sins of Omission, and let's see if we can find the original article if it hasn't been scrubbed from the internet. you know, um, it's really interesting. And it was written by a woman named Celia Farber. So y'all can look that up, okay? Because I don't want to take too much time going over some of this stuff. But I just want to give you all something that you all can research if you are so intellectually curious to do so. But let's get back to it as people are joining. Big up to people in Twitter land. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to put up the Twitter, because at any point we can get taken off because of what some of the things I'm going to be saying. Now, here's the thing. I don't really care. Like, I know that if it's not my platform, they have a right to do whatever they want. And if I own Facebook or YouTube, I probably wouldn't want me on there either. Right? I wouldn't want someone like me on there either if I'm like pro-establishment and just have to do whatever the government says. People like me are a thorn in their side. So I get it. They're just doing what they have to do. And I don't feel any sense of entitlement to be on any of their platforms. So I'm not someone who gets mad. I know that they're player hating, but the whole point is for us to have our own. That's why next week we'll be doing live streams also on bb2me.com. But for now, we use Twitter because X or Twitter does not deal with that type of censorship. And when we start doing our like musical reviews and all of that, we're going to be doing it on Twitter and bb2me.com. But I know I have a lot of Facebook friends, and a lot of people are signing up on YouTube and what have you. But I just want y'all to know that sometimes when we get into some of these serious topics that are really, really empowering, expect me to be throttled and expect me to be banned in certain ways because of the things that I have to say. I mean, yesterday we had the brother Howard Dorsey talk about his Africa experience, but at the end, because Howard Dorsey is a person, those who tuned in yesterday would know that he talked about how his mother, he called one day, his mother was diagnosed with lung cancer. And he asked me if I could help in any way. I said, yeah, we have experience in reversing cancer. And just me saying that can get me banned off of a place like YouTube or Facebook. But I'm not going to not say it because it's the truth. So, I told Howard Dorsey exactly what to do, gave him the protocol. We treat cancer as a parasite. So we starve it of what it likes, which is mainly glucose. And then we boost the immune system with immune system protocols, vitamin D, magnesium, K2, and zinc. That's mainly what your immune system needs. And then we flush the body with antiparasitics and, olive leaf extract, which my company happens to make, is one of them. And I tell people to choose 4, because there's different types of microbial intracellular parasites. And sometimes they react better to one antiparasitic over the other. And so, we went over that. I shared the book, but Howard Dorsey was able to give people a testimonial that, he literally took his mother away from the rest of the family members who doubted him, and he put her through the protocol. And within a few months, she goes back and gets a scan, and the big tumor in her lung completely gone. And she was declared cancer free. So he told the story yesterday, but what I'm saying is that if y'all want to hear me talk the truth in the reality of like how we're going to save ourselves because of things that I've actually witnessed and been a part of, and things that I've developed and seen the results, you're not going to really see me that much on YouTube or Facebook much. Even I notice on my Facebook posts, when I make a Facebook post about this show, uh, it gets very little interaction. Whereas if I make a Facebook post about a celebrity or something, like I do it just for fun, just to see like one of my biggest, I've posted about stocks. I've posted about those who've been my Facebook friends for at least a decade. You know what type of time I'm on, right? So I post about stocks. I post about Bitcoin. I post about health. I post about all types of things. But probably the post of mine that got like close to 1,000 comments, the most interaction was a post about Betty White when she died, like celebrities. So we already know what Facebook is about. If I post about celebrities, for some reason, well, it's not for some reason. I'm not going to play dumb. There's probably two things going on. They probably push it further because it's innocuous, and then based on the acculturation process of most people in America, celebrities take more of mind space than actually bettering themselves. So it caused, huge interaction. But here I am, like I don't know, like how I can say how frustrating it can be sometimes to be me, right? And I say it with the utmost humility. And what I mean is this: imagine that through trial and error and through experiments and through um, like case studies of real people, that you found a way to reverse high blood pressure, diabetes, viral infections. You found like a way to do it, and cancer, right? And you report about it, and it's not the biggest news in the world. Like, it's crazy to me because this is a life that I live. Like, I have video testimonials of people who have taken the olive leaf extract that I make, and the protocol that I've developed. And it's not just me, by the way. Like, there's other people, because it's not one way to just skin a cat. You have the Joe Tippins protocol with fenbendazole. You have different protocols that people have used to successfully reverse cancer with testimonials. And this isn't like the news that's splattered all over social media. Like, there's nothing more important than that. Like, you're literally, those tuned in, you're literally looking at somebody who has found at least one. I'm not saying I'm the only person. I would not be so arrogant. But what I'm saying is that we've consistently gotten results in reversing cancer, and we keep getting them. And it doesn't stop. I mean, I just got a phone call today. It's crazy. I got a phone call a couple days ago with a woman that's doing a protocol, and her doctor is giving her all types of brouhaha. Turns out that her tumor shrank 30% in 45 days, just doing what I told her to do and taking the olive leaf extract. Doctors can't believe it, and they still want to like do chemo and whatever on her, and she's like saying no, and the doctors are upset. Crazy. But the fact that I'm providing receipts, and this isn't like the biggest news, and like, let's just even take our own community, the Black community. I've spoken at different places, standing room only. I've been on radio stations talking about my protocol and everything. Like, it's still a lot of work to do to get the word out. You would think, and what it is that people don't take it seriously because I'm not a graying Caucasian man on CNN talking about, I am the science. That's what Anthony Fauci said. He said, I am the science. So, I mean, it's crazy. And those of y'all who might not believe it, just go to herbalresults.net, go to testimonials, and you'll see it. But I digress. Let's get back to this topic. It's all related, though. It's all related. So, when they started maligning hydroxychloroquine in early 2020, that's when I knew something was wrong. Because they weren't just maligning it, they were lying about it. They were trying to discourage people from taking hydroxychloroquine, which was on the World Health Organization's uh, list of most essential drugs. So, like I said, in Africa, we're very, very, very familiar with hydroxychloroquine because it started with the quinine bark for malaria. So they processed the quinine bark into a drug called chloroquine. And then chloroquine had side effects, and so they created hydroxychloroquine, which had less side effects. And it's used very much. Now, in the United States, it turns out that hydroxychloroquine is mainly prescribed for people in the United States with lupus and also rheumatoid arthritis, and both are autoimmune illnesses. And that's a whole different topic, by the way, because as I was doing my research for my book, The Successful Eradication of Cancer Using Intracellular Parasite Theory, which you can pick up on herbalresults.net, I don't have a problem plugging any of this because it's saving people's lives. So those who are like, oh, he's plugging, I don't care. It's saving people's lives. It should be plugged. But when I was doing the research for the book, I started finding out that a lot of the things around cancer and parasites were also found with autoimmune illnesses. So for instance, with like multiple sclerosis, as I was doing my research, where they found the blood of all cancer patients, when you look at electron microscopes, you would actually see parasites moving, even in the blood of dead cancer patients, right? Those who want to know more, I have lectures online that I've shown this. You can get the book as well. But I found out also that there were doctors who were taking the cerebral spinal fluid of people with multiple sclerosis, which is also an autoimmune illness. And guess what they found? They found the cerebral spinal fluid of all people with multiple sclerosis also had parasites, intracellular parasites. So I started seeing the connection. And it all made sense to me because what is used for lupus and rheumatoid arthritis, which are all these diseases that are called autoimmune diseases, was actually somehow reversed or managed with an antiparasitic called hydroxychloroquine. I said, oh, that's very interesting. Then you get to find out that there's studies that show that hydroxychloroquine plays a role in eradicating cancer as well. And then you start to find out that all any antiparasitic, you can research it and you'll see studies of them reversing cancer. And then also autoimmune illnesses, which kind of makes sense because all autoimmune illnesses, your immune system is attacking different parts of your body. And it turns out those parts of your body are infested with parasites, and it must be your immune system attacking actually the parasites that are lodged in that part of the body, which is affecting you from actually being healthy. It makes sense. So if you clear the body of these intracellular parasites, all of a sudden autoimmune diseases go away. All of a sudden cancer goes away, and you would think that they would start making two and two go together, and this would be commonplace news. But it's not. And then people get sick with cancer, and then they put you through chemotherapy and radiation. It's all part of the pharmacological, medical, industrial complex because they need to make money from you. And that is what this was all about. This whole pandemic response was all about them making money from you. You are the guinea pig. You are the forever guinea pig. And when I mean you, I'm talking about the general public. You are the forever guinea pig of the medical industrial complex. I could literally do a show about a different illness and a different experiences that I've had with different clients, probably every day for the next year. I could tell you stories. I can give you research on illnesses where this show that I'm doing would just be about reversing illnesses. And I wouldn't run out of content, by the way, because this is what I deal with every day. You know, Like I work from home, and most of the time I'm doing business, but I'm dealing with clients, like answering emails, questions, and people showing me their um, results and asking me for advice here and there, and like me recommending they do this and that, and this is what I spend my day doing. So everything else is just extra. When I'm talking about the music, I'm talking about investment, I'm talking about whatever is extra, or I'm sleeping. You understand what I'm saying? Or I'm trying to get some sleep, but like I'm texting all the time because I have, and then since I released the book, it's been really crazy. You know what I'm saying? And with the rise of turbo cancers that they're saying is happening because of these jabs that people took, so many people coming down with cancer diagnoses is crazy. So the word is getting out, but in terms of the work that I'm doing, what other people are doing, but it's a slow climb. It's a slow climb when the whole public should know about this. Just like the whole public should have been told about vitamin D the moment that there was a news of a viral pandemic. Everybody should have been on vitamin D because it's the main fuel for the immune system. But instead, they told you to stay inside and don't go out and don't be out in the sun, which is the complete opposite. So really, we're getting to the point where if Fauci says anything, you do the opposite. He says wear a mask, don't wear one. He says stay inside, go outside. He says don't take hydroxychloroquine, take hydroxychloroquine. He says don't take ivermectin, take ivermectin. He says take these jabs, don't take the jabs. If you use that rule of thumb, you'll be fine. What we're gonna do is go through this, and we're gonna go through chapter and verse. And I'm gonna give y'all some videos to look at, because right now people have been so damaged by these jabs, and I stated yesterday, I have some close friends who really suffered from this, and family members, people who have family members who really suffered from this. I get emails all the time on how to deal with it, and we're going to not only deal with the buffoonery of the lying liars who love to lie, and the miscreants who support them, which is the title of today's show. We're going to also talk about solutions, y'all, because I don't like to just talk about problems without getting to solutions, or else it's just like I'm practicing English, right? In Africa, we call it practicing English. So what I want to do is play y'all some stuff, because at the end of the day, it's about receipts. Like, I can talk as much as I can talk, but if I don't give y'all receipts, I'm just talking. So I want to give y'all some receipts, and I also want to show y'all how I get these receipts. Now, what we know is this. What we know is that YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, which is owned by YouTube, banned a lot of people, doctors, research people, from having any opinions that was different than Anthony Fauci. So what that tells you in terms of reverse engineering for the truth is that those are not the places that you can go to get the truth, right? And that's why, people were talking about certain things, and someone was asking me, a question on Facebook, and my response to her was, if you want to talk about this, we can talk, personally and privately, because Facebook is not the place for enhanced conversation. Facebook is the place for pop culture dialogue and talking about what you ate today. Like, you know what I mean? Facebook is not a serious place to talk, because one, people who are really talking, they're throttled. Their posts aren't made public for everyone to see. Facebook has an algorithm to keep that type of dialogue away, but post about Beyonce and it'll be all over the place. Post about Jay-Z, it'll be all over the place. So we know that we're not going to get a lot of good content from Facebook or YouTube, because the people who were talking the talk, their channels were banned. I'm talking about people. I'll give you an example. Dr. Paul Merrick, Marick. He is literally, when I say literally, I mean literally the most published practicing medical doctor in the United States. And he was banned. And he was about to lose his license when he said, wait, hold on. Hydroxychloroquine actually works. Ivermectin actually works. And here's the mechanism of action of how it works. They had to have their own platform, and they did the frontline critical care doctors. You have one of the world's leading pulmonologists. A pulmonologist is a lung doctor. He's a professor and he's a practitioner, which means that he actually sees patients. He's a practicing doctor. Whereas those who don't know, they say Dr. Anthony Fauci, but he hasn't seen patients in over 40 years. He's not even a practicing doctor. And those in the know all say Anthony Fauci is an imbecile. Like, he doesn't even know science very well amongst scientists. How do I know this? Well, the creator of his name is Kary Mullis. He's the creator of the PCR test that they used, the polymerase chain reaction test that they used for you to take to test whether you were positive for COVID or not. Kary Mullis is on record of saying Anthony Fauci is a complete idiot. He doesn't know anything about science. I'm talking about his peers. Asali Gem, big up, says quite a few people I knew passed after jab due to myocarditis. Yes, absolutely. And Ebony says, I noticed you when you post about mango trees. Right. Something innocuous like mango trees. Like, I can post about mango trees tomorrow, and I'm sure everyone in my 5,000 Facebook feed will see it. But, if I post about saving your life if you have a cancer diagnosis, or saving your life if you have high blood pressure or whatever, barely anyone will see it. I mean, I made specific step-by-step posts. If you have these symptoms for COVID, do X, Y, and Z. I posted several times. Some people saw it, some people didn't. So, Kashiku said he doesn't know science, how this guy became who he is, can't make this stuff up yet. You got to hear the interview with Kary Mullis. Kary Mullis, I believe, won a Nobel Prize. Yeah, he won a Nobel Prize, and he has an interesting story because he came up with the PCR test when he was actually high on mushrooms. He was a really interesting guy, but he was a really top-rate scientist, and he talked about Anthony Fauci. Maybe I'll find a clip of him talking about Anthony Fauci. We could start off like that because there is no conversation about lying liars who love to lie without talking about Anthony Fauci, right? Let's see if they kept this on YouTube. If not, I'll find it somewhere else. Kary Mullis. And let's put in Fauci. And let's see if it's still there. If it's not, I'll find it somewhere else. Yep. So they've scrubbed it. You don't see his critique of Anthony Fauci anywhere on YouTube when you do a search. Very interesting. But I bet you if I go on X, Twitter, and look, I'll find it. And this is what I'm telling you. This is what I'm telling you all about finding and curating your content. Okay? And you spell Kary Mullis. The way you spell his name is, I believe it's Karymullis. Yes, Kary, right? So this is a Nobel Prize winner. This is the guy who came up with the PCR test. He literally was on acid or mushrooms when he came up with it. And he won a Nobel Prize very, very well-known scientists. Yeah, Kerry Mullis and Fauci. Let's hear what Kerry Mullis has to say about Fauci. Okay. Um, let's see if we can find that actual video. Okay, here we are. There we go. Let me play this, and we'll just start this whole thing off with this. This sets the tone very nicely. So this is Kerry Mullis. He's a Nobel Prize winner. It says right here, Nobel Prize winner and creator of PCR tests. Just like I told you, Dr. Kerry Mullis absolutely obliterates and destroys Anthony Fauci. Okay? This was before the pandemic, by the way. This interview. I believe it was before the pandemic. Yeah, it was, because Kerry Mullis died. He died before the pandemic, but he already knew about Fauci. He had Fauci's number. You remember, like, these scientists, they all know each other. They, you had to basically go to Fauci to get funding. So yeah, he died in August 2019, before the pandemic started. Pandemic started in pretty much January 2020, right? So let's hear what Kerry Mullis has to say about Anthony Fauci.
What is it? What is it about humanity that wants to go to all the details and stuff and listen? These guys like Fauci get up there and start talking. He doesn't know anything really about anything, and I'd say that to his face. Nothing. The man thinks you can take a blood sample and stick it in an electron microscope, and if it's got a virus in there, you'll know it. He doesn't understand electron microscopy, and he doesn't understand medicine. He should not be in a position like he's in. Most of those guys up there on the top are just total administrative people, and they don't know anything about what's going on at the bottom. Those guys have got an agenda, which is not what we would like them to have, being that we pay for them to take care of our health in some way. They've got a personal kind of agenda. They make up their own rules as they go. They change them when they want to, and they smugly, like Tony Fauci, does not mind going on television in front of the people who pay his salary and lie directly into the camera. You can't expect the sheep to really respect the best and the brightest. They don't know the difference, really. I mean, I like humans. Don't get me wrong, but basically, the vast majority of them do not possess the ability to judge who is and who isn't a really good scientist. I mean, that's a problem. That's a main problem, actually, with science, I'd say, in this century, because science is being judged by people. Funding is being done by people who don't understand it. Okay, who do we trust? Fauci? Fauci doesn't know enough to, if Fauci wants to get on television with somebody who knows a little bit about this stuff and debate him, he could easily do it because he's been asked. I mean, I've had a lot of people, president of the University of South Carolina, ask Fauci if he'd come down there and debate me on the stage in front of the student body, because I wanted somebody who was from the other side to come down there and balance because I felt like, well, these guys can listen to me, but I need to have somebody else down here that's going to tell me the other side. But Fauci didn't want to do it.
Okay, so this guy died in 2019 before the pandemic. So he already was telling you about Fauci before the pandemic, and if people would have listened to a Nobel Prize winner who came up with the same test that Fauci was telling people to take to determine if you were positive or negative for COVID, which actually that's a whole nother thing, because Kerry Mullis wouldn't have agreed with the way that they were doing it, because they were cycling the machines wrong in terms of doing the PCR test. So you were getting a lot of false positives. So that's a whole different conversation. But what I'm saying is that though, and what he said is very, very profound and true. He said you can't expect the sheep to be able to discern and to be, again, perspicacious enough to be able to know who's a good scientist from a bad scientist. So what do the sheep do? They rely on social proof. What is social proof for the average American or world citizen? Social proof is somebody who has been bigged up by the media establishment. That's enough. No one bothered to look at Anthony Fauci's background, his record, what his peers say about him, what the dissenting voices say about him. All you saw literally was I saw activists. I'm talking about left-wing activists. I'm talking about Black Power activists. I'm talking about like all on the train of trust Fauci. I trust Fauci because fear is a hell of a drug. Everyone was scared, and I get it. They closed down. I mean, stores were closed down, the roads were closed down, everything. No one had seen anything like that before since the Spanish flu, which wasn't Spanish, by the way. It was actually, it came out of Kansas, but that's a whole different thing. Since the Spanish flu, or what they call the Spanish flu, people hadn't seen it. People were scared. Toilet paper was gone from the stores. People thought it was going to be apocalypse. So everyone was scared. So during those times, you're looking for heroes. You know, the Judeo-Christian religions have got everyone looking for a Messiah. So in times of trouble, people are already programmed to look for messiahs. And so what happens is that to the rescue through the media, who precipitates the fear by giving you a count every day of how many people are so-called dying of COVID, and they have a counter, a ticker counter on the screen as they're giving you the news, just to make you more and more scared. And then here comes the savior. So the people who create the problems also create the solutions, and then you applaud them. And this guy was telling you, really, this guy Fauci is an idiot. He don't know nothing. And this is before the pandemic, y'all. All right? That's a Nobel Prize winner. So what we're going to do now is, I know it's fun when I talk, but I think it's funner when other people talk and I just make comments, because what happens is that I will say things and people will be like, Heru, you that's not true. Like yesterday, I'll give you an example. So yesterday, Howard Dorsey was talking, and he was talking about how he had diabetes and his A1C levels were like at 10 or something like that. So anything above like 5 is called like diabetic, pre-diabetic, diabetic. So he was way up there. He was talking about how he took herbal results olive leaf extract and it reversed that, right? But at the time, his doctor was making him take metformin. And I said, oh yeah, because metformin is what they prescribe for people for diabetes. And what it does, it creates insulin sensitivity, because people who are diabetics, it's not really that you're diabetic, you got insulin resistance. So once you understand insulin resistance, then you can actually reverse diabetes. But if you don't understand it, then you're just going to do whatever the doctor says. So anyway, they tell everyone to take metformin. Now saying, I bet you your doctor didn't tell you that. I said, you know what the number one side effect of metformin is? Listed in the side effects of metformin? And he was like, what? And I was like, the first side effect listed in metformin side effects is death. Now, Howard's my homie. Spent a lot of time together, real good times together. But he looked incredulous at what I was saying. Like, Heru, how's that? And I literally had to show him yesterday. Those who didn't tune in yesterday, if you would like me to show you, just tell me you'd like to see it, and I'll show you all, because I think it's pretty important. Because it goes into everything that we're saying about the medical industrial complex. So if you text in the chat and say, I'd like to see the metformin side effect being death, just say that you'd like to see it, and I'll post it real quick. Because I don't like to just talk. I like to show receipts. A lot of scientists, renowned herbalists like Dr. Africa mysteriously died in the months before the pandemic. Yeah. And I don't know what he passed away of, and I know his family was keeping it very private. Please like and share the stream, family, says Kachaku. And big up Lowell, the good brother Tanisio, Sanima. Yes, big up to Tanisio. Says show the information. Okay. So before I go further, because this is all part of it. So I'm just going to show you all my methodology. And the methodology is this, is that you just go to Google and you put in the name of the medication, and then you put in 2 words after it, side effects. When you do that, I'll share the screen with y'all. Yes, Twyla said she saw it yesterday. So some people weren't on yesterday, so they didn't see it. So I'll just do this for the benefit of them, and this will be really quick. So when you put in the medication and the side effects, the word side effects, this comes up. You'll see Mayo Clinic, WebMD, drugs.com. I like drugs.com because of the way they organize it. So we just click drugs.com and it says everyone can see metformin side effects, right? Let me make sure you all can see it. Okay, yeah. Okay. Twyla says she saw it yesterday. Bulakaja says, show me. Okay, yeah, I'll show you. So, metformin side effects. We all see it, right? Warning. What's the first thing listed? Death. Like, I'm not making anything up, man. And this is what I love. I love when people think I'm making things up because I keep receipts. I'm a receipt keeper. And that is the first side effect of metformin is death. It's the first listed one. Death, hypothermia, hypotension. You understand? Because it's caused by lactic acidosis. But this is the main medication that's given to people outside of insulin, which is ass backwards. Because if you got insulin resistance, the worst thing you want to do is keep giving people insulin. You want to actually take down what triggers insulin. You want to take away what triggers insulin. We can go into diabetes. You know, this isn't a whole disposition on diabetes, but I just wanted to show you all this. That is the first listed side effect, warning of metformin, death. So when I said it to Howard yesterday, he was a bit shocked when I said that. But it goes into a bigger story, which leads into what we're going to talk about today, is that your doctors who are prescribing you medication because 9.9 out of 10 people who get medication are never told what the side effects are. And I talked about this yesterday, and this dovetails into what we're talking about today when it comes to the pandemic and these jabs that people were made to take through mandates. You'd lose your job, you couldn't travel, people were kicked out of school if they didn't take the jab. And like, this was very recent, y'all, but you cannot forget about this because it's a case study in power and what power does and how the average person responds to power and fear without doing any research and trusting the untrustables. Okay? And all of it stems from this. The pharmacological medical industrial complex. The general public worldwide, and this is my legal background talking now, could literally do a class action suit against the medical establishment based on what? Based on the violation of the Geneva Convention, Human Rights Charter, and the Nuremberg trials. So what were the Nuremberg trials? I talked about this yesterday, but I know people weren't tuned in. Some weren't tuned in. Some are tuned in now. So I want to just lay the table properly. So the Nuremberg trials came out of the trials for the Nazis in World War II. And they had one main doctor in the Nazis who was doing all types of tests and medical procedures and all types of medical experiments on human beings, particularly Jews, but other groups of people that were just deemed undesirables, particularly twins. So he would take a lot of the twin babies, twin children, because they have the same genetics. So they're perfect to actually have a control in those who are actually getting the medical intervention. So twins are actually perfect for a lot of tests because you can you can basically you can basically mitigate for genetic differences, right? By using twins. So what came out of the Nuremberg trials was a rule because the doctor's name was Dr. Mengele. Some of you all have heard of him, Dr. Mengele, right? What came out of the Nuremberg trials was a human rights convention that says that no patient or no one who is receiving any medical treatment can be given a medical intervention, whether it be a drug or a surgery or anything, without being informed of what the side effects could possibly be. It's called the informed consent provision. Basically, what they're saying is that doctors should not be prescribing medication with you without informing you of what possibly could go wrong or during your surgery or with any type of pharmaceuticals that you take. The problem is just about every single person that calls me with the health problem, they're already on medication and none of them have been informed of the possible side effects of their medication, which means that they weren't able to legally consent to taking the medication. If you were never informed, you never were able to give informed consent. So that means that you're taking a medication that is a violation of your human rights according to the Geneva Convention, in violation of what came out of the Nuremberg trials. So really, every single person who's been given a prescription and your doctor didn't sit down and tell you what the possible side effects are, you really could have a class action lawsuit. Just want to throw that out there. I don't really go to the doctor and I don't have medication, so I wouldn't have standing, but most of you who are on Medicaid, you have family members who have standing. Like if people want to do that type of a lawsuit, I think it would go somewhere. And to tell you the truth, if there was motion on something like that, I might resurrect my law license. I stopped practicing law over 20 years ago. I've never renewed my law license. I didn't want to practice law anymore. But for something like that, I might consider it. If not, at least I could be an expert witness. But what does that have to do with today? Well, if you were told by the government, your employer, your doctor, your dean of your school, that you must take this jab or you're going to lose your job, you can't travel, you can't enroll in school. But they never gave you informed consent. They didn't tell you what the problems could be, like myocarditis, death, paralyzation, blood clots. I mean, there's a whole list of things that people are coming up with. Cancer. The whole public that was made to take these jabs, which they actually call vaccines wrongfully, because the definition of a vaccine, they literally changed the definition of vaccine. They changed the definition. Vaccine is a medical intervention that confers immunity. That's a big part of the definition of vaccine. But these shots did not confer immunity, which means that you still had the disease and you could pass it on to others. So that means right then and there, it's not a vaccine. They changed the definition of vaccine where immunity didn't need to be conferred anymore, so that this could fall under being a vaccine. And what it was that it was for them to make money, because the Pfizer company, the Moderna, all of them, they were charging these governments, right? There's some comments here. Dr. Mengele worse than a monster. Yeah. Asali Jim says, my coworker said they had to sign a paper saying that they're taking it at their own risk because it was an experimental drug. Yeah. Look at that. And that was to, but they weren't taking it at their own risk. They were literally forced to take it. That was legalese so that the job could actually have immunity if they were ever going to get sued. Look at that. Look at that. They tell you got to take this experimental drug to keep this job, but you got to sign a paper basically holding them harmless because it's an experimental drug. This is the type of situations people were in, you know, and you got to decide, am I going to take this shot or is my family going to starve? This is the situation people were in. That's why we have sessions on my show about entrepreneurship. See, I didn't have this problem because I work for myself. I'm my own boss. So I didn't have the problem of having to literally make a choice of my family being homeless, my child starving, my wife not being able to eat because I'm not bringing any money, or taking a jab that I know is going to cause health problems somewhere down the line. This is why this show is so important, why we try to cover different aspects, because we're trying to free ourselves. And if you don't free yourself economically, you become a victim to this type of fuckery that Asali Jim is talking about. I'm going to read it again. My coworker said they had to sign a paper saying they're taking it at their own risk because it was an experimental drug, but they were forced to take it. Okay? This is why being an entrepreneur is more important than just being an entrepreneur. It's so that you don't get put in these situations. This is why, you know, not just my show, but any show that's talking about empowerment is important. If you like, we got our brother Tanisio on. He's going to start doing shows on how you can feed yourself through gardening. I advise everyone to start tuning into Tanisio's show. He's going to show you how you can grow your own food. Because part of the problem is we rely on jobs to give us money to buy food when we walk on the earth and we should be able to grow our own food. But some of us, a lot of us don't know how because we've been removed from the science and the art of doing for self. You understand? So I felt bad for people during the pandemic, but I felt good for me. And I felt good for my choices. That I understood what freedom was and liberation was, and that I never wanted to be in a position that I had to take orders from another man telling me that I have to poison my body in exchange for being able to feed my family. Okay? So what I want to do is I want to start out with this. We're going to go into more videos, but everybody all right? Everybody understand what I'm saying? Everything I'm saying is clear? Just, you know, text in. Y'all all right? Y'all following me? Y'all following what's being said? So the first thing that I did was when I found out that it was Pfizer doing the vaccines, I was familiar with Pfizer legally for some time in terms of like drug recalls and them doing like all type of nefarious activities, right? So what I did was I started looking up, you know, information on Pfizer. And what they know about us is that we as people will not use our smartphones in a very smart way, right? We have access to the library of the world, but we decide that we are not going to use our phones to actually access information, right? So what's really interesting is that the Pfizer case that I'm looking for from National Institute of Health is no longer, it's no longer on the top when you put in Pfizer crimes. So it's very interesting that they've throttled that as well. But I found it. And I'm just going to share this with you all because most people did not bother to do the research. And then we're going to get into, but I just want to set the table for y'all. All right. So the National Institute of Health has a study on Pfizer. US National Institute of Health, National Library of Medicine, which is where I get most of my studies from, my scientific studies on, cancer and parasites and all that. All of that is here is on PubMed. All of it. You could literally go in here and think about any anti-parasitic and put in the word cancer and you'll find studies. Like any anti-parasitic. I'm talking about natural ones like neem and black seed oil and olive leaf extract and all these things that kill parasites will also have studies that show that they kill cancer. I'll probably do another show where I'll go through that as well. But today we're going to deal with lying liars who love to lie and the miscreants who support them. Okay, so let's look at this abstract. I hope you all can see it. Maybe I'll make it a little bit bigger. Okay, it's a little bit bigger. All right. This is from the U.S. National Institute of Health. It's called Tough on Crime, Pfizer and CIHR, which is the Canadian Institute of Health Research. So they wrote a paper, and here's what it says. Pfizer has been a habitual offender, persistently engaging in illegal and corrupt marketing practices, bribing physicians, and suppressing adverse trial results. Since 2002, the company and its subsidiaries have been assessed $3 billion in criminal activities, civil penalties, and jury awards. Okay, so this has been known about the company that was going to come save the world from a pandemic. And this was written in May 2010. But let's go over what they're really saying here, so it's very clear. It says Pfizer has been a habitual offender. Do you all understand what habitual offender means? That means that they have a habit of doing these types of things. It means that it's actually even beyond their control. It's a habit now. It's literally a habit. They're a habitual offender, and what they have a habit doing is they engage in illegal and corrupt marketing practices, which means that they tell you that their products or their drugs or their vaccines do things that it doesn't do, such as stop transmission. So this is known in 2010. The second thing that they're known for doing habitually as a habit is bribing doctors. And I have information on doctors being bribed. That's why you had so many doctors pushing the vaccines on people, because I have information now the doctors were being paid $1,000 per person that they gave the vaccine to. And you had to reach a threshold of 250 people, and then they would cut the doctors a check for $250,000. Okay? But this was known. Bribing physicians. And then the third thing, suppressing adverse trial results, which means when they talk about safe and effective, this is the safe part. It was not safe because Pfizer would have information that their particular vaccine may have killed people, but they didn't report it, and they suppressed the trial results because it was adverse. And they've been assessed over $3 billion in criminal convictions, civil penalties, and jury awards. But they were awarded a contract from the U.S. government to save us all. The crazy thing about this is that the fact that they have a criminal conviction, are you all aware that if you have a criminal conviction, you cannot, as an individual, you cannot get hired by the federal government as a person? Which means that if Pfizer was a person, Pfizer could not have gotten the government contract, but because it was a corporation, it was free to get a government contract, even though they had been convicted of criminal penalties. You see how this thing works? Do you see the crazy world that we live in? And when people like me speak up, they try to make us seem crazy until I bring you chapter and verse. Listen, I was invited. I talked about this yesterday. Trinidad, the Trinidad Health Authority heard about my work, and they had a panel on COVID, and they invited me to speak. But the conversation had a premise that these vaccines were good. So it's like already assumed that the vaccines were good. Like, what do we do to get more people to take the vaccine? That was the conversation. Like, how do we convince more people to take the vaccine so that we can get back to normal and this and that? And how can the people of Trinidad and the Caribbean, you understand what I'm saying, stop like taking home remedies and stuff like and get into the vaccine thing? And when it was my time to speak, and I was on there with doctors, nurse practitioners, and I remember there was a woman, a really arrogant woman from Canada. She was a Trinidadian who lived in Canada, and it was my time to speak. And I said, I completely object to the foundational premise, assuming that these vaccines are actually good. I have information that shows that they're actually very dangerous, and the companies that are behind it are actually criminal companies. And I've actually read the vaccine papers, and you can't take them seriously because all of the papers that people are quoting were actually sponsored by Pfizer or Moderna, the same companies that benefit from it. The studies were being parroted as if there was no conflict of interest. And I was showing this, and I remember the woman, she started huffing and puffing, rolling her eyes like I was crazy. I'll never forget this. Can you imagine being Galileo and telling people, I've actually observed that the sun doesn't go around the earth like what you all are saying. The earth actually goes around the sun, and everyone rolling their eyes at you. This is the foolishness, and this is the type of insults that we have to deal with regularly, even when we bring chapter and verse, until time proves us correct. Like, do you know how many people were rolling their eyes at me in 2011 when I told them to buy Bitcoin when it was $50? These are the same people who didn't read the Bitcoin white paper and didn't understand monetary expansion, and they didn't understand inflation, and they did not understand the devaluation of currency. And I'm telling them, listen, just put some money in, just buy one Bitcoin and hold on to it. This was in 2011. I have receipts of me making posts on Facebook and people, oh, Heru, it's a scam. It's this, it's that, it's this. And people, Bitcoin is at 65,000 now, heading to 100,000. See, as Fidel Castro said, history shall absolve me. And frankly, I get tired of playing these games with these so-called know-it-alls who don't have nothing to show for it. And the funny thing was, the woman who was rolling her eyes at me was not a paragon of health herself. You could tell she was overweight and was not healthy, but she wanted to roll her eyes at me, who's in perfect health, as if what she had to say was more important than and she was wrong. And I remember she was very hostile, but I was like, listen, you can roll your eyes all you want. I'm giving you chapter and verse. If I see these things and I don't tell you about it, I'm remiss. You understand what I'm saying? So I was like, have you done a Google search on Pfizer? You wouldn't allow Pfizer to be in your house if Pfizer was a human being based on his criminal convictions. But you want Pfizer to actually make medicine for people? Okay. Then I went over the studies to show that, I show the contradiction in studies, that it was not effective. One of the crazy things that they did, I'm going to let RFK explain this one. Robert Kennedy Jr., who's running for president, when it comes to like the pharmaceutical companies, he's got their number. And they're trying, they try to ridicule, oh, he's an anti-vaxxer, this and that, blah, 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 blah. He's written a seminal book called The Real Anthony Fauci. Y'all should read it. I have it right here. I read it. He's breaking down he's giving you receipts. And I'm gonna play some of this stuff for you all, because I don't want to be the one explaining everything. Just like I'm gonna let other people talk. So we've laid the ground as to what the Pfizer thing was about. So let's look at the fact that Pfizer funds most of these news organizations. I'm going to show you all some video here. About Pfizer. Okay. So I probably should show you all of the adverse listings. Okay. All right. This is a video that tells you like all the different news shows that are brought to you by Pfizer. But what they've done also in this video. Okay. All right. I'm going to show you two videos. One is just showing you clearly what Pfizer sponsors. And then the next one is showing you people actually fainting on TV post jab. So check this out.
Morning America is brought to you by Pfizer.
CBS Health Watch sponsored by Pfizer.
Anderson Cooper 360. Brought to you by Pfizer.
ABC News Nightline. Brought to you by Pfizer. Making a difference. Brought to you by Pfizer.
CNN Tonight. Brought to you by Pfizer. Early Start. Brought to you by Pfizer. Friday night on Aaron Burnett Out Front. Brought to you by Pfizer.
This Week with George Stephanopoulos is brought to you by Pfizer.
This weather report brought to you by Pfizer.
Today's countdown to the royal wedding is brought to you by Pfizer.
And now a CBS Sports Update brought to you by Pfizer.
Meet the Press Data Download brought to you by Pfizer.
This portion of CBS This Morning sponsored by Pfizer.
On how to find the hidden sugars in the American family diet. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Morning America is brought to you by Pfizer.
CBS Health Watch sponsored by Pfizer.
Anderson Cooper.
So it just shows you everything basically on your mainstream news is brought to you by Pfizer. Okay, so that's how you understood why you had so many talking heads.
This portion of CBS This Morning sponsored by.
Here is a different one of literally news people who ostensibly took the shot in athletes fainting. So check this out.
This portion of CBS This Morning sponsored by Pfizer.
Good Morning America is brought to you by Pfizer.
CBS Health Watch sponsored by Pfizer.
Anderson Cooper 360. Brought to you by Pfizer.
ABC News Nightline. Brought to you by Pfizer. Making a difference. Brought to you by Pfizer.
CNN Tonight. Brought to you by Pfizer. Early Start. Brought to you by Pfizer. Friday night on Aaron Burnett Out Front. Brought to you by Pfizer.
This week with George Stephanopoulos is brought to you by Pfizer. Today's countdown to the royal wedding is brought to you by Pfizer.
And now a CBS Sports Update brought to you by Pfizer.
Meet the Press data download brought to you by Pfizer.
This portion of CBS This Morning sponsored by Pfizer.
On how to find the hidden sugars in the American family diet, sponsored by Pfizer.
This portion of CBS This Morning sponsored by.
Okay. Brought to you by Pfizer. Yeah. And we're about to get into it. So, you know, we're going to, cover a lot in this. And, this is probably more than just a 1-day show. But, I want to be able to pick the things that make the most sense for people. So what we want to do is we want to show really kind of like a kaleidoscope of the lies. And what we know is that there are, I would say, probably 3 main people that we have to look at in terms of the policy and the lies that went on. Of course, Dr. Fauci is the grand imperial wizard of all of this. And then you would have Dr. Deborah Birx. She was the woman who was always wearing a scarf. And then there's a woman who's the head of the CDC called Rachel Walensky. And she was lying all the time. So what I want to do here is I want to play some of the lies that were told. I just want to find the right ones so we can get through it. And then you'll see exactly, what was being said and who these people were. So let's go through these people. Okay?
When people are vaccinated, they can feel safe.
Let's go through it. Hope you all can see it. So there they go. These are some of the main people. Fauci, Joe Biden, Walensky, Rachel Maddow, Bill Gates, Albert Bourla, who's the Pfizer CEO. So let's hear what they got to say. And this is during the height of the pandemic.
When people are vaccinated, they can feel safe that they are not going to get infected.
You're okay. You're not going to get COVID if you have these vaccinations.
Our data from the CDC today suggests, that vaccinated people do not carry the virus, don't get sick, and that it's not just in the clinical trials, but it's also in real-world data.
If you get vaccinated, that vaccine will basically prevent you from getting sick with COVID. It will prevent you from having to go to the hospital with COVID symptoms. It will prevent you from dying from COVID. Great, good for you. What this means is that we can get there with vaccines. Instead of the virus being able to hop from person to person to person, potentially mutating and becoming more virulent and drug resistant along the way, now we know that the vaccines work well enough that the virus stops with every vaccinated person. A vaccinated person gets exposed to the virus. The virus does not infect them. The virus cannot then use that person to go anywhere else. It cannot use a vaccinated person as a host to go get more people.
Everyone who takes the vaccine is not just protecting themselves, but reducing their transmission to other people and allowing society to get back to normal.
A lot of indications right now that are telling us that there is a protection against transmission of the disease. There is no variant that we have identified that escapes the protection of our vaccine.
And this is what we were subjected to. And this is what was being shouted from the mountaintops to people. And it turned out that all of it was lies. And not only did it not stop transmission, it made people gravely ill. And there were doctors who were threatened, and they lost some were threatened with losing their license. Let's talk to some of the doctors.
Jail.
Let's look at what some of these doctors are saying. I mean, these are like some old school doctors who were just completely caught off guard as to what the system could do. And they were shut out from being interviewed, from stating their opinions, from seeing the foolishness in these studies, and people talking about the science, and Fauci saying he's the science, and all of that. You can imagine how frustrating that could have been for people who were serious. I mean, it was definitely frustrating for me. Let's listen to this interview with two doctors talking.
Shall we forgive and forget?
Absolutely not. I'm full of vengeance. I am vengeful. It's not a time to say I'm sorry. It's a time to put these bastards in jail. I'm calling it the big kill. We've seen the biggest kill ever in medicine's history, directly because of the intervention of these idiots into healthcare. And it's the physicians, it's not just the politicians, it's the physicians themselves who are principally culpable, because they have allowed government's jackboots to influence how they manage their patients, which has never, ever happened before. First, do no harm and informed consent. The physicians have looked in. How can you do this? How can you look into the eyes of a pregnant woman and tell her that this experimental product is safe? How can you do that as a physician? No. Any physician that has done that should be in jail.
Okay. And this is the type of conversations that's taking place right now. Many of you may not be aware of it, but these are real conversations that are taking place in the medical community. A lot of these doctors, like I said, they were completely throttled. They were not able to speak up. So let's talk about the culpability of doctors as well. And let's look at this. Let's look at this interview with Dr. Peter McCullough, where he talks about how much doctors were paid and how much money they made to give people these vaccines. So again, if you want to find out more information that is accurate and true, you have to go to social media pages or sites that have not been subject to censorship. So you're not going to find this information on YouTube. You're not going to find it on Facebook. You're not going to find it on Instagram, which means that if you get most of your information from YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram, you're actually being kept from life-saving information. Okay. Yeah, and we have comments. So let's look at some of the comments here. Yeah, she was hating on that ism I was spitting. Definitely. You talking about the Trinidadian woman. I think she was like head of some type of public health, whatever, but she was hating hard. Like, I haven't seen someone hating that hard in a long time. A lot of my friends and family went against me, and I refused to take. Yeah. The Real Fauci Word. Yeah, it's a book by Robert F. Kennedy. It's something that people should really look at if you want more information on him. Yeah, she said she gave the book to her brother. Yep, brought to you by Pfizer. Yep, brought to you by Pfizer. They pay for all of that you're seeing in the press. We're gonna go through them. One of the main people is Chris Cuomo. He's done face, and we're about to go through to him too. None of them probably took the vanilla. They took the saline solution. Yeah, some of them, and some of them actually took it, and they're suffering from it because we're gonna get to Chris Cuomo, who used to be with CNN. He didn't get the saline, and he's admitted that he has vaccine injuries now, and he's actually taking ivermectin, which he was laughing about. and calling people stupid for taking. But we're going to get into all that. Don't worry. We're still early in the show, still the 9 o'clock hour. It's about to be 10, but we're going to get into all of it. Says, dear cousin, yep, she was forced and she's dead. Sorry to hear that. You know, these are real stories, man. This is real things that happen. You know, these are real. Like, none of this is like made up. Hospital killed my pops with that cold. Yep. I have so many stories, man. It's ridiculous. Half my doctor friends did not take the vanilla, but they have their own practices and did not work in a hospital. Okay. Let's listen to this. This is Dr. McCullough. He is a heart doctor and one of the frontline people when this whole COVID stuff started happening. And he was basically saying like everything that the media is telling you is wrong. Like hydroxychloroquine works, ivermectin works, the vaccines are bad. And he, you know, put his reputation on the line. So what we're going to do is we're going to share that screen. Y'all can hear straight from the horse's mouths, because obviously this is not information that is being shared for the average person. That's why, you know, having a show like this is important.
Bombshell report about the scamdemic. Dr. Peter McCullough reveals how much doctors were bribed to push the COVID vaccines and the leaked insurance documents to back him up. We've got all the evidence and so much more here on the Gateway Pundits Beyond the Headlines, powered by VNN. This segment is sponsored by Field of Greens, the only superfruit and vegetable supplement on the show. This cardiologist, Dr. Peter McCullough, recently revealed startling figures about the immense earnings doctors received for pushing the COVID-19 injections. On the Tommy T podcast, Dr. McCullough claimed that a typical doctor could make an extra, get this, $250,000 if they injected a substantial portion of their patients. More specifically, if a doctor injected 75% of his or her patients, a $250 per newly injected person bonus was then given to the doctor. That would end up being around $250,000. Now, to talk about this, some of the leaked documents actually showed up. We have them here in our report from the gatewaypundit.com. You can see the qualifying members, though it might be a little bit small, that 75% Anthem vaccinated would get a $250 bonus per vaccinated member. Now, this type of alarming information shouldn't shock you, considering the levels of scamming that the government went to in order to make sure that we were all injected. As we make this video, the United States government is trying to make my pregnant wife actually get injected. So that's absolutely a shame. Now, Dr. McCullough had a lot to say about this. Listen to his exact words. Watch.
COVID vaccines are actually still government property.
Oh,
so the government still pays the vaccine. But wait a minute, you're onto something. Do you know there was a leaked letter from Anthem Blue Cross Blue Shield? And a typical doctor could have, I don't know, 1,000 or 2,000 Blue Cross Blue Shields panel patients in their panel. If the doctor got to 70% of his population vaccinated with the COVID vaccine, you know what the bonus was to the doctor?
I'm scared to even hear.
About $250,000.
Oh,
yeah.
Wow.
So the question on the table is, was Blue Cross just giving a doctor $250,000, or were they paid through the government, through the Biden administration COVID Community Corps money? So I think what's happening is money is passing from the government to the insurance companies. The insurance companies are juicing the system and leveraging the system. Why would CVS and Walgreens be giving out vaccines? They have to be getting government money to do this. They're not going to waste their time doing this, right? So the government must be beyond this.
And obviously what he's saying is verifiable. I mean, we saw the leaked insurance documents. You can get more from our website, thegatewaypundit.com, where we explore this issue. But Dr. Peter McCullough is somebody who I know and I've met many times in my life. And I recognize not only his expertise, but his genuine commitment to the truth. He's one of the most published cardiologists. And he's explaining that healthcare practices, insurance companies, guaranteed that we would get injected with an experimental vaccine, not so that we would be immune to COVID, but so that they could get financial kickbacks. And the bribing goes beyond that. Of course, you would expect if he's lying that there would be many commenters who would be able to express their doubt. However, certain anonymous commentators even said this. Alpine Living quoted saying, "Our small hospital where I worked was given $2.6 million from the government to mandate the shots for the employees. And what we've seen over the responding years is that there have been bribes from the federal government, from the NIH, grants, also NHS around the world, and different health agencies in the respective countries giving 10, 20, up to $186 billion. I said billion in kickbacks to hospitals for recommending these shots, or should I say forcing them. Who cares the fact that we've already seen issues with Johnson & Johnson and more recently AstraZeneca being removed off of the shelves? We are in one of the greatest scams, mafia-level scams, since the Federal Reserve was instituted that has caused the downfall of our society and injured so many more. Now, if you don't forget, who were the people that were pushing this? Remember when I think this was the governor of New York at the time was pushing, or this might even be the mayor. Actually, I don't even remember at this point, but he was pushing COVID vaccines in New York directly, reminding people that they could get free cheeseburgers and French fries from Shake Shack. Nothing says about your health like stuffing French fries in your face. Remember this?
Did you say free fries when you get vaccinated? I got vaccinated. You're saying I could get this? These delicious fries? Wait a minute. But there's also a burger element to this? If this is appealing to you, just think of this when you think of vaccination.
Yeah, it's just...
You see, if this wasn't enough to show you to run away from the jab, I don't know what else is. I mean, this is what you call peak cringe. And the fact that they were, and this is also telling you what they think of you as a general public. They think that you are so simple-minded that you'll go ahead and take something in your body that you don't know what it's going to do in the future for a cheeseburger. And they've got the politicians, I believe this was the mayor of New York at the time. They've got him shilling for them. They've got him acting on behalf of the interests of the pharmaceutical companies, and homie is straight up trying to bribe the public with cheeseburgers. This is where we've gotten to right now in terms of America. And this is why you can't listen to nothing these people say when it comes to health, when it comes to finance, when it comes to economy. You've got to figure it out for yourself, because these are the people in charge. And when you see buffoonery like this, we have to understand that at some point, the adults have to take over the room. This is childish. This is foolishness, but they're talking to you as an adult as if you're childish. And the people who fell for this are people who are in arrested development, but they know that the educational system has created people who are in arrested development. So they're talking to you like this. If you're not offended and insulted by people talking to you this way, then I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. But this is real, and this is why it's important that we don't forget recent history, because most people have forgotten this stuff, because people in America have a very short history. I mean, it's very short memory. And this was just a few years ago, just 2 years ago. This is the type of tomfoolery that was going on to get you to take. And when I saw this, I said, oh, they're thirsty. They're thirsty to get you jabbed. Nothing good can come out of this. And if your spidey sense didn't go up, my spidey sense went up in March 2020 when they started maligning hydroxychloroquine. That's when I knew they had something to hide. That's when I knew. I said, oh, they're lying about hydroxychloroquine. They're telling you it's going to kill you. When we take it in Africa all the time, you can get hydroxychloroquine like you can get Tylenol in Africa. You don't even need a prescription to get it. But they're telling you it was a dangerous thing. That's when I knew that something was up and that they were lying. And I followed it all the way through, and it got more and more ridiculous every day. And this is one of the aspects of ridiculousness or ridiculosity, whatever you want to call that word. I am definitely messing up the English language at this point because it deserves it. This is absolutely crazy. absolutely crazy. Look at this. Look at this idiot. Look at this guy. Look at this monkey. Look at this monkey eating French fries, trying to get you to take a jab. Look at him. He's a leader of one of the biggest, most powerful cities on the planet, and he's eating French fries to get you to take a jab. Let's look at this monkey.
Now, if you don't forget, who were the people that were pushing this? Remember when I think this was the governor of New York at the time was pushing, or this might even be the mayor. Actually, I don't even remember at this point, but he was pushing COVID vaccines in New York directly, reminding people that they could get free cheeseburgers and French fries from Shake Shack. Nothing says we care about your health like stuffing French fries in your face. Remember this?
Did you say free fries when you get vaccinated?
Look at this monkey.
I got vaccinated. You're saying I could get this? These delicious fries? Wait a minute. But there's also a burger element to this. If this is appealing to you, just think of this when you think of vaccination.
Yeah, it's disgusting. Imagine eating junk food and trying to sell me a clot shot so that I can then back up my arteries. Now, I love Shake Shack, don't get me wrong. A good burger and French fries always does the trick. But this bastard selling us an experimental injection. I'm not even over the sickness that I've been under. And I want to get over it. I'm not going to try to get sick intentionally. Now, obviously, when I was looking at this, I was reminding myself, they've been trying to poison us, not just with the vaccine, but with food. And every day we think about not getting the vaccine, not getting these injections. Maybe you got it and you regret it. But look, not doing something or regretting a past decision doesn't make us healthy today. While I was traveling, I was eating a lot of fast food, and I was thinking, man, I really wish I had Field of Greens, because Field of Greens makes it easy for me every. So look, if you're going to those fruits and vegetables and be able to keep
let's see if he has any more footage, but we don't need to.
Well more than several hundred cases in a single manuscript. Accumulating data was 500 cases.
Let's see what he has to say.
Sudden adult death syndrome. Here's what he had to say about this. Watch.
For the pandemic, across decades and decades of accumulating data was 500 cases. In my practice before the pandemic, I had only seen 2 cases of myocarditis, and one of them was fatal. Now there are papers, Lane et al. In the British Medical Journal Open, 18,000 cases in a single manuscript. I am seeing dozens and dozens of cases. In my practice, I have well more than several hundred cases with myocarditis. That is how common it is. And it's sad to say, I don't have a chance to see all of those who've died of a cardiac arrest. In the Holscher paper that I've quoted, the cause of sudden adult death syndrome is very likely to be vaccine-induced myocarditis. And it may be so sufficiently subtle, it couldn't be detected on an MRI, even if we got one. We have a hint that the vaccines fundamentally alter metabolism of the heart, and it was published by Nakahara and colleagues, demonstrating in 700 vaccinated, 300 unvaccinated, uniform abnormal cardiac positron emission tomography.
And so what he mentioned is the truth is, look, it's really hard to prove what these vaccines are or are not doing. But it's easy to understand that these levels of myocarditis, pericarditis in young, healthy individuals was not common. Now, they can blame COVID-19 and the infection, but, you know, I have friends and family who were injected who did get diagnosed with myocarditis. This stuff is sick. Make sure that you don't take the shots any longer, even if you did, and hopefully you never did, so you don't have to worry.
Okay, we're going to move on, but I think you all get the point. There, and I wanted to share that, and I know there's a lot of questions, and let's see. Okay, yeah, people talking about family members. We left off at Glennis Tart, and then, hey guys, there's only 6 likes to 18. Oh, yeah. So yeah, you can add more likes just for the algorithm, and so if you're on YouTube, you can just hit the like button. So Amori says, do you have any recommendations, remedies for people? Yes, I do. we're always going to deal with solutions. We're not just going to talk about the problems, because as Maguette Wade says, that we criticize by creating. And so we're going to create solutions as part of our critique as well. So you'll never see me criticizing without creating some type of solution. So we are going to close the show tonight with exactly what to do, because I've learned that there's no point in talking about problems unless you've got solutions, right? Or else you just leave people in a state of panic and depression and anxiety. And that's not what this show is about. It's about solutions. So yes, I will discuss what to do for people who took the vaccines, okay? Rasta Funk says his cousin died of second shot of a heart attack. He was our age and healthy. Yeah, and I know the cousin you're talking about. I think you're talking about Cousin Al, right? The filmmaker. The big up Cousin Al, rest in peace. I met Al one time, and he was real cool, and saw the movies that he was doing. In Tallahassee, I met him. It says, my condolences. Yeah, everyone's sending their condolences. Yeah, man, condolences. A lot of corporations made millions of dollars, yep, due to harming lives, yep. Churches receive money if they use their facilities for vanilla, yep. The shots, yep. And also, Tunisia put a link there. I don't think we can click the link, but Tunisia, just tell us what that link is about, and we'll see if we can look into it. And then, condolences to Rasta Funk. So you see that the doctors were bribed. And so what we're going to start seeing is, you start seeing that Pfizer was really just exercising its habits, right? Everything you're seeing is, remember, Pfizer's guilty of being a habitual offender for 3 things. They are guilty and have been found guilty of bribing doctors, which we just saw with Dr. McCullough. They're guilty of falsifying their advertising, false advertising, by basically saying it was effective. And then they're guilty of hiding adverse trial results, which is basically telling people that it's safe. So that's the theme that you're going to see. They're really just going to do what it is that they're doing. So that's all Pfizer can do. It's a habit that they can't stop. They actually Pfizer as a company needs therapy. And they have this habit that they have 3 habits that they can't stop. And I don't understand why people don't understand that. And why would you put them in place? And it's so bad that Pfizer didn't even change the name of their company, because they knew that people wouldn't care and people wouldn't bother to look. That's the type of hubris we're dealing with. Usually if a company did that bad and was fined billions of dollars in criminal charges for that type of malfeasance, they would change the name of the company. But they realize that the American public is a very dull public. But I mean, dull is not the opposite of exciting. I mean, dull in terms of intelligence, because the American public has been crafted to be dull. Your educational system forces you to be dull. The things that they feed you in terms of entertainment forces you to be dull. The people listening to this show right now are a very special group of people. The people tuned in right now are a special group of people. You could be watching anything right now. You could be doing Netflix. You could be, watching Jay-Z and Beyonce videos. You know what I'm saying? You could be, watching comedy shows or whatever it is, but you're tuned in because you want something different. You want something better and to get better understanding. And you love this ism too that I'm dropping. So you all are a whole different group of people. Imagine if the whole American public was tuned into information like this. Well, it'd be harder to get things over on the American public, but they know all they got to do is bribe the American public with French fries and burgers. And in Chicago, there was lines where you got ice cream after you got your COVID shots. All right, let's listen to this right here. So yesterday, I talked about an intelligence, what they call counterintelligence, phenomenon called a limited hangout. A limited hangout is when a phenomenon that the government was behind is so bad that they can't pretend like it doesn't exist anymore. So what they do is they'll take admission to the smallest part of that phenomenon, and then what happens is that anything greater in terms of their crimes gets seen as conspiracy theories because they've already admitted to a small part of it. And it's called a limited hangout. It's like, you know, you're washing your clothes and you put it out on the dryer outside to get sunshine for a limited amount of time. So you're giving it sunshine for a limited amount of time. So it's called, you're hanging out your clothes in a limited manner. So that's what they call limited hangout. So let's see what this guy's talking about limited hangout right now in terms of the vaccines. We're gonna get into it. Check this out. Okay, it says right here, Senator Ron Johnson on the New York Times and Deborah Birx, because recently the New York Times and Deborah Birx admitting there may be large number of COVID vaccine injuries. And it says there's a crack in the dam. So listen what he's saying. What we're seeing here is what the intelligence community calls a limited hangout. I talked about this yesterday. They simply can't deny the reality of the vaccine injuries anymore. So they're starting to admit to them, but they still say they're very rare. There have been thousands of them. No, there have been millions of them. So let's listen to this. This is Senator Ron Johnson.
Another big shift this week. New York Times is now, recognizing the side effects of COVID vaccines. Thousands of Americans have filed vaccine injury claims with the federal government. New York Times, of all newspapers, is now admitting that vaccine injury is real. AstraZeneca is in many articles. We're going to talk about this throughout our whole show. Pulls its COVID-19 vaccine from the European market, basically admitting that we know it's caused a lot of injuries. You talk about being all alone. You have had those hearings. I've been there when no one else would listen, bringing forward, Bree and those React 19 and all these people coming forward with vaccine injury, COVID vaccine injury. You've been telling their stories. You've been getting this pushback. The newspapers all attacking you. This week, there's a huge sea change taking place where, it's not everything, but they're finally admitting vaccine injury is real. This moniker that every vaccine is safe and effective no matter what, no such thing as injury, is crumbling down. That castle is now falling down around us. Do you have any comments on that, since you've been at the forefront of representing people like me and those that I represent on this issue of vaccine injury?
Sure. Again, there's a crack in the dam, Dell. But again, they're going to do everything they can to repair that crack. The COVID cartel, the body count's way too high. So what we're seeing here is what the intelligence community calls a limited hangout. They simply can't deny the reality of vaccine injuries anymore. So they're starting to admit to them. But again, they'll still say, well, they're very rare. And generally they're mild. Deborah Birx is now saying, oh, no, vaccine injuries are rare, or vaccine injuries are real. There have probably been thousands of them. No, there have been millions of them. On their own VAERS system, we're up to 1.6 million worldwide, 37,000 deaths. And we all know that VAERS dramatically understates the number of adverse events. So again, they're barely admitting to vaccine injuries. And I'm not hearing anybody really talk about the childhood schedule. I'm not hearing them talk about all the diseases that all the studies that showed in the book Vax Unvaxxed that Brian Hooker and was it Bobby Kennedy?
Yes, indeed, it was.
But that was just study after study after study, just science, just showing the unvaxxed population is by and large healthier. They're not admitting that yet, so we still have a long way to go. So don't retire. We're still going to need you working as tirelessly and as hard as you've been and as effectively as you have been for years.
I'm not going anywhere. I want to thank you for all the work that you've done. And trust me, now that they have cracked that door, I am going to kick it wide open with your help. You don't go anywhere. We are so honored to have you a part of this movement.
Yeah, so that's just showing you the trends that's happening right now, where the New York Times is actually admitting it. And they were one of the main proponents for people taking the vaccines. Okay. All right. So let's talk about And they mentioned about the childhood vaccines, and I can do a whole show just on that as well. So let's look at this one right here. And I mean, I have a lot, but I like to the story to be told, properly. So So here's a pediatrician who's going to talk about the vaccines for children. And there's a big problem with those, a huge problem with those. And all of this is a holistic story. So it's not just about the COVID vaccines, but it's even about, it's about the medical industrial complex, the pharmacological medical industrial complex. So let's hear what this guy has to say.
Vaccine-specific income to a pediatric practice. Number one is the vaccine-specific income to a pediatric practice. Number one is the admin fee. Think of this as a thank you for giving this shot. It's rational.
So this guy is showing you how doctors make money for giving vaccines to people. So he's breaking down the economics of it.
Vaccine-specific income to a pediatric practice. Number one is the admin fee. Think of this as a thank you for giving this shot. It's rationalized by the following. They say, well, pediatricians spend a lot of time talking about vaccines. They need to be reimbursed. The truth of the matter of what most pediatric practices do is they give you a one-sheet glossy from the CDC that's called a VIS, vaccine information sheet. You hand it to the patient when they go into the office, the nurse gives it to them, and that's your education. So it actually is taking zero physician time. And physicians will dodge vaccine questions. So really, it's just a thank you for giving the shot. And you get about, it depends on the insurance company, every contract's different, but I would average it out to say about $40 for the first antigen and $20 for each subsequent antigen. So let's just say a 2-month well baby visit. There's a DPT, that's 3 shots, 3 antigens. Hib, Prevnar, Hep B, polio, rotavirus, 6 shots, 8 antigens, about $240. Thank you for giving those shots. Multiply that by the fact that I was getting 30 to 40 newborns per month. They're coming in repeatedly at 2 months, 4 months, 6 months, 9 months, 12 months, 15, 18 months, and age 2. It's a lot of visits. And then there's the older kids who need boosters. So we looked at the admin fee loss, and for my practice that was billing at that time about $3 million gross, we were losing $1 million, over $1 million in vaccines that were refused. Pediatric overhead runs 60, 70, more likely 80% these days. It is very expensive to run a pediatric office. You need multiple nurses, multiple receptionists, multiple billing people, medical records. It's a huge operation. So you cannot stay in business if you're not giving pretty close to the CDC schedule. It just doesn't pencil out economically.
Basically, he's saying is that doctors can't stay in business unless they're giving these vaccines. They're getting paid by these pharmaceutical companies. So the doctors are put in a catch-22 situation that even if they didn't want to give the vaccines, they have to choose between actually being honest doctors or starving.
At all. But let me tell you about the other 2 ways we make money from vaccines. One is the markup. That's small. They don't allow a lot of profit on vaccines as far as markups, but they do this thing called incentives or bonuses, and it's called a quality bonus. So hospitals have quality measures, and this is why hospital protocols are followed so strictly, because if you follow the protocol, you get extra money. Well, in pediatrics, one of the main quality measures is how well you vaccinate. Isn't that interesting? It has nothing to do with how healthy your kids are. Like when I studied my vaxxed versus unvaxxed patients, the unvaxxed were so incredibly healthy. They rarely got sick. They rarely would end up in an emergency room or in a hospital or with any chronic condition.
And by the way, he's not talking about the COVID vaccine. He's talking about the childhood scheduled vaccinations, which is like increased like tenfold in the last 10 years. It's crazy. I don't know what the exact number is, but the increase has been like crazy, where it used to be like 1 or 2 or 3, now it's like over 20. It's crazy.
So being unvaxxed results in very healthy kids who don't use a lot of medical dollars. Every health system should want that, but it's reversed. It's all flipped. It's bizarre. CEOs get paid more based on how much is spent in the system. So the sicker the population, the more the CEOs make. I digressed. So you've made your thank you bonus. But now this other main way of making money is the quality bonuses. So 2-year-old screening for how well you vaccinate. You're supposed to have had kids up to date, about 80% of them by age 2. Guess what percentage of my population was at fully vaccinated age 2? 1%. The goal is 80%. So Dr. Paul gets an F minus. Basically what that means is not only do I not get paid the normal amount for everything else we do in the office, I get dinged maybe 10 or 15% off of those RVUs, relative value units, that are ascribed to everything you do in medicine is given a value. If you do very well on your quality measures, you're a really good vaccinator, you may get an additional 10% on everything you do in your office. That's huge. And really it effectively means a pediatric practice cannot survive using insurance without doing most of the vaccines, if not all of them. And I think that's the pressure that pediatricians are under. And I think that explains the blinders, that they just won't go there and look at the fact that these vaccines are causing a lot of harm.
That's major. That's major information, y'all. I mean, so it's like, you know, we've heard the term follow the money. You know what I mean? But it's real. Like you start seeing what these doctors are actually up against. They got all these medical school bills, and they've got to pay these debts that they have for going to school. And it's like they've been broke for a long time. Now they've got private practice, and they've got to do all of these things to just try to stay afloat. I mean, I tell the story all the time, like a lot of women who have a lot of these gynecological issues, most of these doctors are just recommending hysterectomy. I mean, if you're a black woman, you go to I say this all the time. If you're a black woman in America and you go to the hospital with a headache, they're going to say, hey, how about getting a hysterectomy? You go to a shoulder problem, they're going to say, hey, why don't you get a hysterectomy? You got a toothache, they're going to tell you, hey, why don't you get a hysterectomy? You understand what I'm saying? So what it turns out to be is that a lot of these gynecological issues is that a lot of women are estrogen dominant. And that means that they don't have enough progesterone to balance off their estrogen. And a lot of times the problem can be solved. And I know this because I've worked with many clients, including family members of mine, who have gynecological issues like endometriosis, PCOS, polycystic ovary syndrome, infertility, fibroids. The list goes on in terms of a lot of these gynecological issues. And a lot of times it's because they're estrogen dominant, because there's too much estrogen in the food that people are eating, whether it be estrogen that's in the chicken, because they only really slaughter female chickens. And to make those chickens grow fast, they inject them with estrogen so that they actually grow faster. That's why, like a lot of young girls you see 9, 10, 11, 12, by the time they're 8, they're having their periods. By the time they're like freshmen in high school, they look like grown women. That's because their diet is full of estrogen, the female hormone, and they are growing faster. And this is what they do to these chickens. So instead of a chicken taking 3 years to grow, it might just take 1 year to grow to a full size to be able to sell it. Because remember, they sell the chicken by weight. So you want it to be as plump, as fat as possible. So, and as quickly as possible. So they pump them with estrogen. So now you got estrogen in the food supply. And then you've got soy, which is basically a phytoestrogen. The worst phytoestrogens are soy and flaxseed. They have the highest estrogen count. So now you're pumping yourself with estrogen every day. You don't have enough progesterone to balance off the estrogen. And so what we found the solution to be is a thing called chasteberry, also known as Vitex, which the sister Ket Nunefer, she came in last week. She actually makes it. So she had a website, and we showed people exactly how they can purchase it from her. I think she's out of stock right now, but I'll be referring people in the future. I've been in the past been referring them to a different company that I don't know of, but I'd rather refer them to a sister, particularly if sisters are coming to me with problems. They would like to have their problems solved by other women who are similarly situated and look like them. So I'd like to funnel that business over to her. But the Vitex only costs like $20. And you can solve a lot of these gynecological issues. But a doctor now who's a gynecologist, an obstetrician gynecologist, is confronted with the fact that a $20 bottle of Vitex might work. But then The other option is for the person to do surgery. And usually the surgeries for these types of problems, particularly fibroids, is two things: myomectomy or a hysterectomy. Well, you get paid more from insurance companies for hysterectomies. That's why this being pushed so much to so many women. And so the doctor might get a $20,000 check for doing a surgery for hysterectomy, as opposed to telling you to go get a $20 bottle of Vitex. What do you think most doctors will do if they are tight for money? They're going to try to get you on that surgery table. And this is the situation that you're faced with when you go to a doctor's office. A lot of times you have no idea of the financial pressure these doctors are under. And so it governs their behavior. It governs what they want to listen to, why a lot of them were silent during the whole COVID time. The ones who were heroic and brave, and what we see is that in any moment of peril and fear, the only people who matter are the people who are brave, because they're the ones willing to risk it all. They're the ones who don't care if their YouTube channel gets banned or their Facebook posts get banned. They're the ones who don't care if they lose their license. They're going to do the right thing. You have to take note of these people. So when the next pandemic happens, you know who to go to for information. I know who the doctors are who I go to for information. I can give you their names. I go to Dr. McCullough. I go to Dr. Paul Merrick. I go to Dr. Pierre Corey. These are the people I go to get information, because they risk their livelihoods to tell people the truth, to save their own lives. The majority of other doctors did not represent or actually illustrate any type of bravery, because to them, I'd rather have my family eat than save your life. You understand what I'm saying? So it's like, it's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. Let's see. It's absolutely crazy. You have to take note of who was being brave during times of peril and times of fear. And once you take note of these people, you have to be clear that these are the people that you need to listen to. So I'm going to share some more information. Okay? And so listen to what they're trying to do to try. Okay, this is something that people need to see. So this is a little documentary I'm going to share. You all can look into that. We'll just try to, go through it. All right. A lie told often enough becomes the
way of
truth.
life can be free and beautiful, but we have lost the way.
We wish everyone a very happy new year and a good luck in 2020.
What happened in 2020? The streets went bare. We weren't in Kansas anymore. And the death toll of a novel coronavirus tore through nations. But we all hunkered down. We hid indoors. And with few exceptions, by 2021, over 5.5 billion people got their warp speed promise, a safe and effective vaccine to end this pandemic. And that's what we got, right? The death toll tearing through nations went down, right? Wrong.
It's called Operation Warp Speed. That means big and it means fast. A massive scientific industrial endeavor unlike anything our country has seen since the Manhattan Project.
Go through some of it. I'm not going to go through the whole, but just want y'all to check some of it out.
All around me are familiar
faces, worn out faces, worn out faces.
Is it really safe and is it really effective? We do have a safe and effective vaccine. We just need to get more and more people vaccinated.
And if you are out there in any way, shape, or form campaigning against this mandate, you are absolutely anti-vax.
My little sister just died. Her first dose.
The actual vaccine formulation has not even been evaluated.
Science is clear. These vaccines will protect you and those you love from this dangerous and deadly disease.
They could save your life. It's the first step to ending the pandemic and moving our country forward.
There's about 80 million people in this country who are not yet vaccinated.
If you don't want to get vaccinated, that's your choice. But don't think you can get on a plane or a train beside vaccinated people and put them at risk.
We're going to protect vaccinated workers from unvaccinated coworkers.
Children waiting for the day they feel good. Happy birthday, happy birthday.
Kids have a spot to take their shot. We've been waiting for this day since the pandemic hit.
100,000 lives have now been lost to this virus.
I've also spoken to a number of colleagues and patients who've had vaccine adverse events.
I want to get the vaccine for everybody.
I want to address this issue of vaccine hesitancy. Vaccine hesitancy is costing lives.
And these sources which spread misinformation should be the primary concern of the American people.
Let them go, dude.
If you work in hospitality, you need to get the jab. If you work in retail or in a supermarket, you need to get the jab. If you are behind the counter at the bank, if you're a receptionist or positions like that, you need to get the jab.
At first, if you were a Democrat and when Trump was president, well, you weren't going to take that vaccine because it was Trump's vaccine. And then if you didn't take the vaccine, you were a Republican. It was kind of Orwellian.
If there is risk, there must be choice.
We as a community have the right to trample on your liberties.
We're not going to just be talking about this for the next 10 years. We're going to be talking about this for the next 100 years.
That energy of New York's street life is what I find most viscerally absent during this strange and quiet time of sheltering in place.
Wait, hold on a second. I'm gonna hold on a second. There is somebody here. There's somebody tuning in called Corey, who is an idiot. He says that he's flagged me for misinformation. Go ahead to your overseers, Corey, and flag me as much as you want. I don't care. So do whatever you want. This is an informative video. This is actually a video that's taking clips from statements that people in power made. If it's not informative to you, that's fine. But it is informative to many people watching to remind people exactly what was said by different people who were in power. If you don't think that's informative, fine. There's nothing misinformative here because these are quotes from, I guess, the people who you worship. So, Corey, go take a deep dive in shallow waters as far as I care. All right.
It's going to be interesting to see the aftermath of this really historic period.
Supporters say mandating vaccines is the only way to get life back to normal and to protect those most vulnerable. But a new NBC News poll shows deep pessimism that may be hampering the vaccine effort.
Everybody wants to say we're extremists, and all I can say is we're living in extreme times.
How far can the government go on mandates, and what rights do workers actually have?
There's a public health contract.
So hold on a second, y'all. So we had a disruptor, and his name was Corey. He was in here. And what I've done is I've blocked him and I've removed him from the chat because he seemed like to be a disruptive person. And that's what I will do. If you have criticisms that are actually accurate and clear, I have no problem debating anybody on any of these things. But if you tell me that this is misinformation and you're quote unquote reporting me to your overseers, I don't play those types of games with anybody, and I don't play those games with you. So, Corey, you have been banned. You will not be able to comment, and I know you're just an agent of disruption, but I don't know what you're taking issue with. This is clips from what people are actually have said. Nothing is being put into other people's mouths. This is exactly what, it's exactly what Obama said, it's exactly what Bush said, it's exactly what Trump said, it's exactly what Biden said. So, you just want to be a gadfly, and you've got the attention you wanted from me. So, unfortunate you can't comment anymore, but have a great evening.
That you have signed implicitly as a citizen of a country where in part we depend on each other for health, our wealth, our security, and the like. With any public health decision, there has to be a consequence to you not participating in that social contract.
Let me put it very clearly. You have no constitutional right to endanger the public and spread the disease, even if you disagree. You have no right not to be vaccinated. You have no right not to wear a mask. You have no right to open up your business.
Wait, can I stop you? No right not to be vaccinated? Meaning if they decide you have to be vaccinated, we have to be vaccinated?
Absolutely. And if you refuse to be vaccinated, the state has the power to literally take you to a doctor's office and plunge a needle into your arm.
Where is that in?
Listen to that. That's Alan Dershowitz, one of the top lawyers of America. He was a defense attorney, actually arguing that people should be forced to take an experimental shot. This is the conversations that was happening, and I don't want people to forget this. This is the point that I'm making. This is not to agree or disagree, but for people to understand the tone of the conversations that were happening and not to forget who these people were. History is very important, and we keep receipts.
In the Constitution.
Before we explore just how safe and effective the vaccine was, before investigating the legitimacy of mandates and censorship during and after COVID, let's go back in time. In 1902, Cambridge, Massachusetts, Henning Jacobson refused the smallpox vaccine by the city's Board of Health, who made it mandatory for all citizens. Depending on the type of smallpox one was infected with, there was anywhere from a 30 to 100% mortality rate. But Jacobson claimed he and his son were harmed from the same vaccine that they received years prior. Nevertheless, the court decided Jacobson must pay the $5 fine. So he appealed to the Massachusetts Supreme Court and lost. He then appealed to the US Supreme Court and lost once again. This set a precedent in motion, which leads us straight back to COVID.
This was a disease that had a 99.8% survivability rate. This was not a disease that killed 50% of the population.
There seems to be a common notion right now that the rights of the individual must give way to the rights of the community at large.
I live on Maui. I didn't know anyone personally who got COVID. I had heard of people getting COVID, but in my friend group, no one got COVID in 2020. But then in 2021, COVID started tearing through the island. People started reporting strange reactions to the vaccine. I started hearing of people's uncles on the mainland dying. And as an analyst, things begin with anecdotes, then you gather data, then you identify a trend, then you have a thesis. So if I'm right and these vaccines are harmful, eventually they should be stopped.
Some people pretend they're just fictions of our imagination. They're just not real. They're making stuff up. It doesn't actually exist. Vaccines don't hurt people, but you know these people.
Yeah.
And you're showing me some videos, and it's really, pretty heart-wrenching to see and actually know the stories of these victims.
I had been monitoring over 5,000 people in this group of React 19, and 6 of them committed suicide in the past month because they don't have anyone to talk to. I have people messaging me saying, hey, I haven't even been able to tell my family because they're going to disown me. One of the people that's getting attacked the most is this young girl, Maddie, and she got injured with the vaccine. And her symptoms are very severe. So she has paralysis from the waist down. She's just a normal kid, right? That's been paralyzed from these shots that changed her life irreversibly.
Hi, my name is Stephanie DeGary, and this is my daughter, Maddie. When she was 12 years old, she participated in the Pfizer COVID vaccine trial for 12 to 15-year-olds at Cincinnati Children's Hospital. She got her second dose. She can't walk. She's in a wheelchair. She has an NG tube for all of her nutrition. She has constant pain in her stomach, back and neck. So I went in trusting the drug companies, the FDA, CDC.
Pfizer announced today that its vaccine is safe and 100% effective in young teens between 12 and 15 years old.
The FDA has gone ahead and supported the dose of a booster shot for kids between 12 and 15, and we expect that the Centers for Disease Control will approve this Kids 12 to 15 get a 30 microgram dose of the Pfizer vaccine, and that is the same dose that adults get.
I was like, hey, Maddie, can you show me some videos of you just before this happened? You know, like what was like before? And she started showing me all of her TikToks and all the little dances she used to do with her friends. And it's just a normal, completely healthy, you know, she didn't have any comorbidities. She wasn't obese. She was totally normal girl.
I can't walk, can't feel from my waist down, don't have bladder control.
And she was actually showing me all the hate comments that she gets where people say that she's faking it or that she just got in a car accident and broke her neck and now she's paralyzed and she's trying to get famous, saying it's a vaccine injury. All these people commenting, telling her that her story is fake. And it's like, you know, this is a 12 or 13-year-old girl that's dealing with this.
We do have a safe and effective.
Safe and effective for children.
The vaccine is safe and effective.
Safety. A word with roots in the deepest centers of the brain. We crave the feeling. In the hierarchy of our needs, no growth, development, or healing will occur if safety is compromised. In the world of medicine, safety is a promise that the regulatory agencies are meant to uphold. When someone has a concern that they've been injured by a vaccine, the federal government has a website designed to be an early safety warning signal to regulatory agencies.
The Vaccine Adverse Event Reporting System, or VAERS.
We've implemented the most comprehensive vaccine safety monitoring system program in our history.
The CDC and FDA use that monitoring system to detect possible safety issues in vaccines.
If there's an indication of higher risk than reward for a vaccine, some kind of safety action ensues.
When vaccines are safe, they do have adverse events, they do have some deaths, and they do have disabilities, but they're so rare, I shouldn't be hearing of them. There was a safety signal that was generated in the VAERS database in January, February of 2021.
Florida Surgeon General Joseph Ladapo says researchers have seen, quote, troubling safety signals of adverse events surrounding this vaccine and that their concerns are corroborated by an increase in VAERS reports.
Submitting a VAERS report is not an easy task, and falsifying a report is a felony. However, independent researchers began using raw VAERS data in their social media posts.
Partners at factcheck.org found those reports are being used improperly on social media and websites by people who are using incomplete information to claim the vaccines are not safe.
Marjorie Taylor Greene got banned for sharing vaccine information that was self-reported from the VAERS system, which is a federal database.
The VAERS database is the industry standard. We kept getting fact-checked. I said, well, is this true? Should we not use the VAERS database? Where do I go? And they said, well, of course we use the VAERS database. What else would we use?
This is in the category of give me a bleeping break. When did everyone get a medical degree?
The FDA and CDC, who overlook the VAERS database, admit that fewer than 1% of vaccine injuries are actually reported. And on their very own chart from 1990 to 2020, you'll notice nothing really changes. And then in 2021 and 2022, right when COVID vaccines became available, the numbers skyrocket. The VAERS database was built to be an early warning sign to regulators, not hard science. But shouldn't these deaths be enough to sound the alarm?
So this program, traditionally, would have been halted then. There would have been warning signs, they should have stopped it, and they should have recalled it. You gotta go back to the swine flu of 1976.
This virus was the cause of a pandemic in 1918 and 1919 that resulted in over 500,000 deaths in the United States.
See how easy it is.
Thus, the U.S. government's publicity machine was cranked into action to urge all America to protect itself against the swine flu menace.
There were 25 deaths that generated a safety signal, and they halted it. And then there was a 60 Minutes expose on the CDC director.
He devised the swine flu program, and he pushed it.
The VAERS database alone records, I believe at this time of speaking to you, 18,000 known deaths.
So with the swine flu vaccine that they had, it caused 25 deaths years ago. And that was enough to discontinue the vaccine program, just 25 deaths. And here we've got much, much more than that, but it has not discontinued the vaccine program.
Due to the vaccine. Life has become suddenly cheaper to the US government. 25 deaths were a big deal in 1976, 18,000, no sweat. This was a disease that had a 99.8% survivability rate. There's no math that makes sense. So I knew something was up. I was going to look at different databases like the insurance industry and the funeral home industry, because if I was right, the data would show up there first. And then the data started pouring in, and the data tells a grim tale.
The numbers don't lie.
You've got to look at the numbers.
My whole career was spent basically identifying trends. To make money on Wall Street, you have to have the information before everybody else. And to do that, you have to identify things before the herd. When the perception was one way, load up on the stock. And then when the reality started to arrive, I was there. And if I was right, and often I was, the stock would go up a lot and I would make money for my clients. So if people ask today, why am I here? Why am I speaking upon this issue, this topic of sudden death? It's a trend that I noticed early on in 2021. And my background is perfectly suited to identify, unfortunately, the tragedy I see unfolding before us, which is excess deaths and disabilities across the globe. Early on in my journey, Josh Sterling and I looked at some CDC data. Josh was able to figure out a way to download the data and break it down by age cohort. And when we did that, it was startling revelations. We saw that there was a mix shift from old to young, meaning about 500,000 excess deaths occurred in each year. 2020 was mostly old. In 2021, it shifted. Millennials experienced 40,000 excess deaths in 2020, and then suddenly in 2021, 60,000, 50% more. This group of individuals ages 25 to 64 die at 1/3 the rate of the general US population in any given year. Makes total sense. They're not old, they're getting to work, they have great jobs. So this group is very healthy and doesn't die like the rest of the general population. We learned in August of 2022 that this group, 25 to 64, experienced 40% excess mortality in 2021. To give you an idea what those numbers mean, 10% is a 3 standard deviation event, once in a 200-year flood, as said by Scott Davison, the CEO of One America. He said also that 40% was unheard of, off the charts.
In 2021, the vaccine program was being rolled out. Then we would expect deaths to get less, not to get higher.
The sheer humanity of the situation started to hit me. 60,000 millennials died excessively between March of 2021 and February of 2022. That's literally a Vietnam War for the millennials. In Vietnam War, it took 12 years to take 58,000 soldiers' lives. We did it in 1 year. My team, Carlos, Yuri, and I have discovered that for every 1 death, there's 4 disabilities that we're seeing in the real world. So these numbers are big. I've yet to hear any other cogent explanations for this. What I'm told by my naysayers is it's due to drug overdoses. Remember, this data is for people who received claims. These are claims paid out. So you have to have your job. I don't know too many fentanyl or heroin addicts that keep their job for too long. I've also heard suicides, Ed. Well, you can't tell me there was a suicide pact in the third quarter of 2021 amongst the most elite workers amongst us at all. Makes no sense. And then the third excuse I hear is missed cancer screening treatments. I'm 56. I've never had a cancer screening. Doctors don't screen for cancers until you go into the office and present illness. So it's not a preventative.
Missed cancer screening. That you'll see when we show this data, that's almost an absurd notion.
Since 1999, cancer deaths have plummeted, and more than twice as many of those who died were over 65, not the millennials in question.
All 3 of these magically occurring in the third quarter of 2021 are statistically impossible. There was an event in the third quarter amongst the 25 to 44-year-olds. That event was a mandate. So the vaccine hesitant of corporate America were forced to get jabs and died excessively in that quarter. It's an event.
Yeah, Shabaka, it gets uglier. Shabaka Ra, it gets uglier. I mean, this is just the tip of the iceberg that I'm actually playing, and the information I'm playing. I mean, I probably could devote a whole week to this topic, and I might, who knows? But when you get to the depths of it, you get to understand what's really running these societies. And it has, this whole pandemic thing was really just a metaphor, or just, let's just say, an example, however quintessential the example might be, or representative the example might be. It's really indicative of a greater rot. And we're going to get into it. And one of the people that I want to expose you all is Dr. Pierre Kory. Dr. Pierre Kory is a lung specialist. And of course, COVID being a respiratory virus, you want lung specialists chiming in. You want them in the room. And he's a practicing lung specialist, one of the top-rated lung specialists, a professor and a practitioner. And I've followed him on X, on Twitter, since the beginning of the pandemic. And I've seen his whole worldview change to someone who was very, very much gung-ho about the medical system, then started seeing the inconsistencies in terms of the studies and what they were saying about hydroxychloroquine, because he knew all about it. He knows all about the lungs, and he started seeing how studies were being falsified. He understood how studies were being censored. He really saw it happening on an intimate level, where now he's reached a point where he's completely against the medical establishment, because he believes that the medical establishment is actually pro-disease and not pro-prevention or pro-cure. He's actually had a rude awakening where he's had to do some real self-reflection on the medical degree that he worked so hard to get and what he was doing all this time. And what the pandemic did was it separated who from who. It separated those who go along to get along and those who actually are seekers of truth. And he's so ashamed and embarrassed that he was actually part of the cabal, and the pandemic woke him up and actually alerted him to the true nature of the medical industry. And so we're going to get into some of Dr. Pierre Kory's words and his interviews. And I think he's probably one of the most important people to listen to, because he's had a complete transformation. But yeah, 40% increase in all-cause mortalities. I mean, it's even worse, because, you know, the cancers they're talking about is actually turbo cancers, because what they're seeing is that these spike proteins from these shots have caused immune system collapse, which means that when you then get these cancers, your immune system can't fight them back. So people are being diagnosed with cancer and dying like a month and a half later because their immune systems are completely gone, where usually it would take a lot longer, and maybe you could have some interventions during that time. And a lot of the emails that I get is from people with cancer and actually getting turbo cancer, and we have to deal with it very quickly. And the medical system has given up on these people, so they end up contacting me. We've been getting some success with the people as long as they stay with the regimen that I've actually, have put together that people can try. And this is the fight that we're fighting. And you could just imagine the type of emails that I get and the type of emotions that people have. They'll tell me they have cancer, and the first question I ask them is, did you take the jab? And a lot of times the answer is yes. Then I know that actually, their immune system. And it's happening to a lot of people who had cancer in remission, as a matter of fact. So they had cancer remission, they took the jab, and all of a sudden the cancer came back with full force. And the stories are out there, and I'm going to cover these stories.
What could cause an excess in a single year of 10 million deaths is not linked to vaccines.
Well, people do anything to not blame it on the vaccine. When there's an injury, people want to find all sorts of other reasons.
The same spike in excess deaths happened in nearly every country immediately following their vaccine program.
Excess deaths. You've heard the phrase countless times by now.
Excess deaths, something statistically greater than we would normally see.
Excess death has never been higher.
COVID-19 is not the reason behind this uptick.
Excess deaths around the world remain high.
So in Australia, they've got 9% of excess deaths. Denmark, an incredible 30%. In England, it's 20%. And I gather that equates to roughly 60,000 people. That is one very large cemetery.
Excess mortality more than expected, 60,000. That's for a population about 5.6 million, citizens.
I hadn't noticed that before. The Finland there, the deaths didn't start till well into 2021.
Because lockdowns and the immediate shock of COVID began in the spring of 2020, yet excess deaths didn't begin to spike for another year and a half. The only event or change that happened in the third quarter of 2021 was a nearly global mandate that encouraged 5.55 billion people globally to get the vaccine. And as time passes, we can see that the vaccines offered to us were even less safe than we thought.
Both the AstraZeneca and the Pfizer COVID-19 vaccines have been linked to rare but potentially serious neurological complications.
Studies have also highlighted the hidden risks of COVID vaccines, specifically for women's health.
A brand new peer-reviewed study, which came out of the country of Switzerland, A staggering 1 in 35 recipients of the Moderna booster shot experienced vaccine-associated heart injury. After getting an mRNA booster shot, a lot more people were experiencing vaccine-related heart damage than previously thought. People's hearts were getting damaged in a way where either there were no symptoms on the surface or the symptoms were mild enough for people to ignore.
Dr. John Campbell broke this news on YouTube. He was then fact-checked for exaggerating the severity of the heart damage. Then he broke the news about the Pfizer shots.
If I'd known about this graph and these high rates of potential side effects, 1 in 20 vaccines given, come on.
71% of the adverse events came from 4.2% of the batches. So certain batches were giving people high amounts of adverse events.
You know, is there any way I would have accepted that vaccine? Emphatically not. In fact, if I'd known I was on the green line somewhere with 1 in 1,000, I wouldn't have taken it either.
If they come out with the vaccine, it does what Bill Gates says it's going to do, which is you give one shot, you get lifetime immunity, and there are vanishingly rare serious injuries. Deaths for brain damage, 1 in a million, that may be acceptable. I tell people, yeah, I'm going to get it. Let's go ahead and get it.
What if it was 1 in 1,000, not 1 in a million? That's more.
1 in 1,000? No, of course not. I'm not going to tell 1 in 1,000 people to die so that 999 people can avoid COVID.
With numbers like 1 in 20, even 1 in 1,000 people harmed. It's troubling to find that these vaccines were called safe. What's more troubling is the silence from the companies who performed these studies.
They don't even tell you about this, and they've known about this. You have to have an independent researcher go find it by their own dime. Why isn't this studied?
In the United States, it's very clear. It is the CDC's job. It is their mandate to look into this data. That's what they are supposed to do.
In January 2023, the CDC task force director admitted they were seeing adverse vaccine injuries.
We take vaccine safety very seriously. We are aware of these reports of people experiencing long-lasting health problems following COVID vaccination. We acknowledge these health problems have substantially impacted the quality of life for people and have also affected those around them.
That's as far as the CDC acknowledges vaccine harm. And their website still encourages all people 6 and up to get fully vaccinated. So is it fair that people hesitate before receiving a vaccine when the federal database shows a death chart like this? Perhaps this chart is misleading and merely highlights that vaccination rates go up during global pandemics. Perhaps comparing the swine flu of '76 with COVID-19 is apples and oranges. But are we allowed to make our own choice on a medical product, even if we're not a doctor, even in a time of pandemic, without the threat of being treated as an extremist or anti-science simply for hesitating?
An elderly woman hiding behind a drum to dodge a COVID vaccine team has gone viral on social media when a vaccination team reached a house in the village.
What if my body cannot handle the vaccine? I'm scared of the side effects. It can't be undone. Not to mention it doesn't guarantee 100% protection.
One side of the story said that the vaccine was safe and wouldn't harm you. The other side said the vaccine was effective. You wouldn't get yourself or anyone else sick. That part's true, right?
The effective question started to make its appearance pretty early on as well. That started in the summer, fall of 2021 when we started hearing about breakthrough cases.
Breakthrough COVID-19.
Today, I want to talk to you about COVID-19 breakthrough cases.
Why, if the vaccine is working, are some vaccinated people getting sick?
Because of the censorship, most of the public had no idea that it wasn't effective. I knew it wasn't effective. And I knew also that it wasn't effective when they changed the definition of what a vaccine is on the CDC website on September 1st. It used to be something that provided immunity against disease. They changed it to it provoked immunity in your body to fight off disease. So it was a definition change. It was no longer a vaccine, it was a therapeutic. So I knew something was afoot. And then as time went on and Omicron came on the scene, everybody that was vaccinated got COVID.
Do COVID-19 vaccines really work? Doctors tell us more people than ever before who are fully vaccinated are getting sick, and it's all because of the Omicron variant.
And let's talk about the increase in the Omicron cases, because you say get vaccinated, get boosted, you're protected. That does not appear to be the case.
Various shots that people are getting now cover that. You're okay. You're not going to get COVID if you have it. these vaccinations.
He was talking about how if you get the vaccine, you're well protected from having severe disease. That's true. But we actually don't know how well you're protected from mild illness and whether with the Delta variant, if you're vaccinated, could you still be contagious to other people?
A Nashville woman is unable to move from the neck down less than 24 hours after receiving her second dose of the Pfizer COVID-19 vaccine.
There's been, I don't know how many people have been vaccinated and been fine, right? But we have to tell everything. Otherwise, we will get nowhere in this thing of COVID.
News about COVID variants and vaccine studies were emerging so rapidly that it's forgivable to have inconsistencies in the messaging. It's less forgivable to silence the doctors with alternative conclusions, simply for interfering with the official message.
The Twitter account of leading US virologist Dr. Robert Malone has been banned. Now, Dr. Robert Malone is the inventor of the mRNA technology.
What competence has Twitter got to ban a leading scientist and also the inventor of the mRNA technology?
Many of us know that, people who've been vaccinated are still getting COVID, quite regularly.
Yeah, and it's worse than that. There's a recent article out from the Cleveland Clinic. It's a very large study group. It's basically all their employees that they tracked the incidence of the disease COVID as a function of the number of inoculations. And what that study showed in a very large population was the more of these inoculations you take, the more likely you are to develop the disease.
So what they're saying there is that the study has actually shown now that the same shot that was supposed to prevent you get from getting COVID actually creates a situation in your body where you're more likely to get COVID. It's what is referred to as negative efficacy. You're actually more susceptible to getting it if you take the shot.
A peer-reviewed study from the Cleveland Clinic found that the higher the number of vaccines previously received, the higher the risk of contracting COVID-19. So you could rationalize why that might be the case. Well, maybe people getting the most doses of vaccine are older and higher at risk. However, that is not the case here. Most of the people in this study were young people.
The company says that during its study, none of the fully vaccinated kids became infected with COVID-19. So for more on this, let's bring it back.
Healthy 33-year-old mother paralyzed from the chest down just hours after getting the Pfizer vaccine.
Kids have a spot to take their shot.
Here we have advocates of the vaccine, mainstream scientists who work in the vaccine community, who've been promoting vaccines for the health of the community. These are not people opposed to vaccines saying they would not give a booster to their child because the risks of the vaccine outweigh the risks of the disease.
The kids, especially, they have a good immune system. I don't understand why they need a booster.
We just need to get more and more people vaccinated.
Wearing a mask and getting a vaccine and a booster should be a personal choice.
This is political grandstanding for personal gain.
As individuals, we have the right to choose whether we wear a mask or not, or get vaccinated or not.
Thank you.
I choose not.
What's the risk of not getting the vaccine? Potentially long-term effects of COVID, potentially infecting someone else, potentially not being able to go to school. In this age group, this vaccine was found to be 100% effective at preventing severe COVID-19 infection.
A 20-year-old healthy woman who, now her life has changed forever.
This is Claire Bridges. She's sitting in a hospital room right now, facing the unthinkable reality that she's going to have both legs amputated after getting sick with COVID. Claire was vaccinated.
What's the benefits of not getting the vaccine?
Good Morning America is brought to you by Pfizer.
The paper also notes that this is not the only study to find a possible association with more prior vaccine doses and higher risk of COVID-19.
Stanford had 7 fully vaccinated students who ended up getting symptomatic COVID in a week span. We knew that the vaccines weren't 100% effective.
Breakthrough cases where fully vaccinated people get COVID. And now, recent unpublished data from Israel showed that the Pfizer vaccine was only 40% effective at reducing the risk of symptomatic COVID.
The pharmaceutical giant Pfizer was the first to cross the finish line under Operation Warp Speed.
The FDA just giving full approval to Pfizer's COVID vaccine.
This is a live shot, which we're about to take a look at now, of the first vaccinations in New York.
It's the first vaccine to get that full approval, and in record time, too. That has critics asking if the process was rushed. Was it?
What usually takes years only took 9 months. The FDA and CDC approved their vaccine, and major media outlets assured the world it was safe and effective at stopping the transmission of COVID. But while the world applauded loudly, the quiet truth came and went without a sound.
Was Pfizer COVID vaccine tested on stopping the transmission of the virus before it entered the market? And I really want a straight answer, yes or no, and I'm looking forward to it. Thank you very much.
Regarding the question around, did we know about stopping immunization before it entered the market? No, we had to really move at the speed of science to really understand what is taking place in the market. And from that point of view, we had to do everything at risk.
Did we just get duped on the BA4 and BA5 COVID vaccine boosters? The Wall Street Journal editorial board member thinks so. They call what the CDC did deceptive. In fact, they go as far as saying that a regular vaccine should be at least 55% effective to be considered effective. But the CDC and FDA authorized these boosters back in August, and it wasn't until they got a report done from their own study in September that showed the booster was only 22 to 43% effective.
How exactly does a private corporation like Pfizer convince the largest media companies in the world to lie?
CBS Health Watch, sponsored by Pfizer. Anderson Cooper 360. Brought to you by Pfizer.
ABC News Nightline. Brought to you by Pfizer. Making a difference. Brought to you by Pfizer.
CNN Tonight. Brought to you by Pfizer. Early Start. Brought to you by Pfizer. Friday night on Aaron Burnett Out Front. Brought to you by
we saw this
Pfizer.
part
This
earlier.
week with George Stephanopoulos
I'm going to
is
what I'm
brought
going
to
to
you
do
by
is
Pfizer.
Weather report brought to you by
I'm
Pfizer.
going to pause this
Countdown to the royal
documentary.
wedding is
It
brought
has
to you
more.
by
You can feel free to watch it on your own when you have a chance. It's on Twitter. It's called COVID-19 documentary. I'll try to, those who are interested, I'll get the full name of the documentary for you. But it's pretty much laying the case for really a lot of the foolishness that went down that caused a lot of people to suffer. Now, what I want to do is I want to show you all this guy, Chris Cuomo, and some of what he was talking about in the past, along with Don Lemon about ivermectin. And then I'm going to show you what he's saying now about ivermectin.
You talk about cancel culture and who.
So
people who are injecting drugs for animals and
and people telling them to. Oh my God! What person? You talk about cancel culture and who to shame. Ivermectin, a dewormer. Really?
They are shaming themselves. No one has to shame them. They're shaming themselves.
No, they need to be shamed.
Yeah.
They need to be called out and shamed, brother.
People who are injecting.
This is what he was saying.
Animals and
about ivermectin, and this was the whole campaign to make ivermectin. What they say is that at first they ridicule you to try to discredit you, and then they get mad at you, and then they join you, right? So there's pretty much 3 to 4 stages of something becoming accepted. But the first thing they do is that they ridicule you. And so what they tried to do with ivermectin, and this was actually done by the CDC and the FDA, they are the ones who told you that ivermectin was just a horse dewormer. And the really interesting thing about that is that, and you can see the ad, they had an ad on Twitter, and it said, come on, y'all, you're not a horse. And I'm going to show you all the ad that they put together to really get the context. It was a post that they made. And I remember talking about it. And it's basically, it says, let me just go into finding it for you all. And then we're going to look at what this guy says now in 2024. So this was from 2022. So let me just take 2024. FDA horse ivermectin. And you're going to see it. You're going to see the ad that they put. And so you start to see the collusion of the government. So this is it right here. I have it right here. And this is in August 2021. And I want you all to see this. Show that I'm not making any of this up. This is exactly what was going on. Some of you might not have been aware of it, but I keep receipts so that you don't have to. Okay. This was from the FDA account. You're not a horse. You're not a cow. Seriously, y'all, stop it. Y'all see that? That's from the FDA. And this is it right here. You are not a horse. You are not a cow. Seriously, y'all, stop it. Why you should not use ivermectin to treat or prevent COVID-19. And what they were doing was they were trying to ridicule it. And what they know about the general public is that the general public will not do any research to find out that ivermectin actually won a Nobel Prize for human medicine for getting rid of river blindness in Africa. And it's been dosed by billions of people, billions of doses to people. And yes, it is used for animals because we're mammals and we get mammalian parasites. And this would be tantamount to the FDA saying, you're not a horse, you're not a cow, you should not take penicillin, because penicillin is used for animals and human beings as well, for bacterial infections. The CDC and the FDA would never say that about penicillin, but they said this about ivermectin, but they knew that the general public would not do research on ivermectin to find out that it was actually used, it's mainly used for human beings. It got rid of river blindness and sleeping sickness and a whole bunch of other illness in the United States. Is actually it's prescribed for human beings with rosacea. Some people have used it for Lyme disease as well. And so for the FDA to do this, by the time they did this, the gig was up. I already knew that they were lying. I already knew that they were making things up. And when I saw this, I was like, there's no depths that they won't go to actually try to push these vaccines on people, because the problem is that if there was an alternative, they could not get what you call emergency use authorization. Emergency use authorization makes you push in a medication or a vaccine without all of the rigorous testing, and it's done very quickly. So it's emergency use authorization. It's for experimental medical interventions. But if you had something that was effective, you could not get EUA approval. That's why they tried to make the boogeyman out of ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine. And these drugs, ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine, are no longer under patent. So you can get them for pennies on the dollar. And it was going to get in the way of the vaccine companies making money vis-a-vis the US government being involved in collusion with the companies to stop you from actually having a choice of how you could treat yourself, even at home, with something that in most countries you can get over the counter. In Africa, you can get ivermectin without a prescription in many countries in Africa and many countries in South America. I went to El Salvador, as I told you all, in 2022, and I was able to get ivermectin over the counter. I needed no prescription, and it was very cheap. And that's what actually people were taking as part of the care package in El Salvador if you came down with any COVID symptoms. And their COVID hospital was empty. I talked about that at length when I did a live on on El Salvador. So this is it here that I'm showing you all. Now, you see that Don Lemon and Chris Cuomo were literally laughing at people. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to now show you what Chris Cuomo is saying these days. And the thing is that he is still a bit arrogant, because he doesn't see the role that he played in this whole debacle. But he's recognizing in a limited way certain problems. So I'm going to play this Chris Cuomo. Let me just find it real quick. Let's see. Yeah, so this is the propaganda about ivermectin. And
drugs, and he included ivermectin.
I mind that Joe Rogan just yesterday admitted to taking ivermectin.
Ivermectin is something more often used to deworm horses.
CNN is saying I'm taking horse dewormer.
Rogan telling his 13 million Instagram followers that he was treated with several drugs, and he included ivermectin on the list, a drug used for livestock.
Rogan said the word ivermectin. Yes, that's the deworming medicine made to kill parasites in farm animals.
Why would they lie
and
say that's horse dewormer?
So things are clearly bad, but they're being made even worse.
They absolutely lied about it to make you think it's just a horse
people
dewormer.
Who were
so
paid in peace.
What we're going to do is we're not going to listen to his commentary, but it just gave you a little insight as to the onslaught that was going on from different media organizations, and most of them were left-wing organizations. I mean, it was absolutely crazy. So now let's see what Chris Cuomo is saying. So let's make this big. And then
this video is from 2021. Let me read it from Chief Nerd. He's great at posting these types of things. Now that you have left CNN, Chris, and started providing more balanced view on COVID vaccines, including the serious harm that can cause, would you be willing to apologize for interviews like this one from 2021? The mainstream media denial of natural immunity claims that the vaccine would stop infection transmission and complete omission of potential risk caused great harm in our society. People lost careers, relationship, loved ones, and trust in our institutions due to its harmful propaganda. Your apology would show a lot of courage that, frankly, your peers have lacked. All right, play the clip. It's 2 minutes. Go for it.
Everybody should know that about you, Byron Donald. You are not telling people to get vaccinated. You are not pushing it. You are not saying it's the right choice. You're saying you're not doing it and your family's not doing it, and you're leaving out of the equation that you can make other people sick as if that doesn't matter. Okay?
Chris, did you not just hear my answer 30 seconds ago where I said if you want to be protected from these variants and the original strain, please go get vaccinated. I promote you to do that. I just told you live on your own show that if you want to get vaccinated in America, go do it. But if there are Americans like myself who choose not to, please don't berate me for doing that. That is a personal choice I have made. It's my own healthcare. No, I am allowed to do that. I'm entitled to do
Byron, you're absolutely right to do it. You have a right to do it. Two different statements. Okay. Do you have the right? Of course, nobody's debating that except you guys as a false choice. What I'm saying is it right to do it? Have you spoken to a doctor? You're supposed to be a leader. Have you talked to the CDC and the people who are in Florida at the Department of Health about whether or not they think you made a good choice? Because if your answer is just then, well, I don't care what they say. This is me. I'm an American. That is being dumb as a proxy for being bold. And I don't think it's a good message because remember, it's not just you protecting yourself. Let me say this. It's you protecting me and other people from you. That's why you get vaccinated, not just for yourself. Important distinction. Go ahead.
Actually, the way vaccines work are to protect yourself. A vaccine that basically gives you a special cocoon where you actually limit the worst harmful effects of the virus itself or may not get it altogether, depending on your own personal physiology. So that's the way vaccines work. Now, to me personally, I did talk to a couple of doctors that I know about it. I told them I already had it and I'm 42. What do you think? And they said, yeah, you're fine. If that's what you want to do, go ahead and do it. They didn't come and say, no, you have to.
So he's talking about natural immunity. He already had the virus, and so it's natural immunity, which they tried to make seem like natural immunity was not more effective than this vaccine because they're trying to push the vaccines. But what's really interesting about this argument is that if the vaccine truly worked, you wouldn't have to worry about other people around you being unvaccinated, because if it really worked, you wouldn't be able to get the disease, right? But the fact that he's making that argument actually shows that you can't believe that the vaccine works if you're worried about other people being unvaccinated around you. So it's like it was a tautological argument. It's a circular argument that made no sense. That this guy, I thought he was going to point that out, but that's not exactly the road he was going. He was just going towards the idea of natural immunity, which was also true, that it actually your body protected you more once you've had it before. You got the antibodies for it, but the problem was when it actually had different strains of it, but you were still protected more than any vaccine could give you, because these vaccines were not safe and they were not effective, and you certainly weren't getting side effects of taking this poison. But the fact that Chris Cuomo is making that argument is actually an argument really of textbook ignorance, because if a vaccine worked, you wouldn't have to worry about other people being unvaccinated around you, because you should be protected by the vaccine. Duh. But he's calling this guy a dummy, and he's actually the one who sounded like the dummy. But if you didn't understand science at the time, you would just go with Chris Cuomo, particularly if you were someone who was anti-Trump. All of these people got their life's force from hating Trump. Even though Trump was pro-vaccine, they were actually against the vaccines when Trump was pushing it, when he was president, and when he actually in there. And I have chapter and verse on that as well, where a lot of these pro-vaccine people, when Trump was talking about the vaccines, they were like, oh, it's too soon. We have to wait and do tests and blah, 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 because Trump was trying to push the vaccines. But the moment that Trump was out of office and Biden started pushing the vaccines, those same people were pro vaccine. So it was really crazy to watch it happening.
Do it because of everybody else. Because if other people want to be protected, they have access to vaccines. Go get the vaccine. I would never tell anybody not to get vaccinated. I do totally support it if that's what somebody chooses to do.
Byron, I'm with you.
I don't know why this is hard. It's that simple.
Oh, listen, I totally agree with you. It is very simple. I think you're making it hard because you're seeing some kind of righteousness and a choice to do something that doesn't make a whole lot of sense. But again, that's your right. What I'm saying is something else. You're wrong about how vaccines work. You're only giving part of the prophylaxis, okay? The other aspect to why you take the vaccine is it also reduces, not completely, nothing is perfect, and certainly this vaccine is not, but it also reduces your ability to communicate the virus and make other people infected. That part
untrue.
Matters too.
Okay. Now that's resurfacing. We've had conversations. We've talked about COVID. Tom and I are talking about the long vaccine and what that's doing. A lot of my friends are going through it. And
Long COVID.
Not long vaccine. Forgive me. Long COVID. A lot of friends are talking about it. We're 40, 50. You know, you're sitting there saying, hey, what the hell is going on in my body? What's changed from that conversation with you and Byron to where you are today?
Well, a lot has changed and a lot needs to change that hasn't. Here's what matters to me about the clip. Apology? Of course not. Byron Donalds comes on my show now. Okay. Why? Exchange of respect was never personal. I believe as a leader at that time, you had a duty to be thorough in what you were putting out there as opposed to just playing politics. Okay. This was never as simple as vaccine good, vaccine bad. Politics made it that. And it put us into a toxic environment, no pun intended, where even today, there's no curiosity about the vaccine. You get a VAERS system, which is very imperfect. And you don't have robust government dialogue or investigation of the vaccine. You don't have political investigation of what happened during the pandemic, what was right, what was wrong, to Vinny's point about what's still continuing, about who wants to control what, because they only see politics. They only see advantage. My concern is that the unknowns are now more dangerous than the knowns. So what's changed since then? I don't have long vaccine. People are saying I've admitted, no, long vaccine.
Okay.
People are saying I've admitted that the vaccine hurt me. I have not admitted that. I don't know that. Do I now believe that we have data to support the fact that there are thousands of people who have had adverse effects that are not getting attention, let alone treatment? Yes. And I fault government for that. I do have what they call long COVID. Now I say they call because the government, you know, it's funny, after that clip, I got called by government people bitching at me because I said that the vaccine wasn't perfect. So that's where we were then. That's where we were then. But they say, hey, Chris, easy on the long COVID. We don't know that it's a thing. We don't know. We're still trying to figure it out. It could be other things, autoimmune. So I'm saying my doctor.
But he said something very interesting just there that some people may have missed. You see, the media is supposed to be what you call the fourth estate. So you have the three branches of government. Then you have the media, which is supposed to really kind of be the watchdog of those three branches. But what he's saying is that the government officials called him to complain to him and basically try to reel him in for saying that the vaccines weren't perfect. What he was supposed to say is that the vaccines were perfect, and they got mad at him for not even saying that the vaccines were perfect. So that's the state of craziness that they were dealing with, and the fact that the government was going to, felt comfortable to call him to say that means that where's the freedom of speech? Where's the First Amendment to be able to come heavy-handed on somebody who's supposed to be a reporter, someone in the media, and they're supposed to be independent of the government? And he said something, he was still very pro-vaccine in that segment that you saw that I just played, but that still wasn't even good enough for the powers that be. He's supposed to say it's perfect when actually the powers that be had no evidence that it was perfect. There was no study that showed that it was perfect, safe or effective. And definitely no study that was an independent study. Any studies that they had that they were leaning on were conflict of interest. They were brought to you by Pfizer.
Doctors say I have long COVID. I have the symptoms. They showed me my blood work, scared the bejesus out of me to see this glowing micro clot stuff that they see in my blood. That it really shook me up. So I'm doing all the protocols. My doctor, Terrain Health, they're an international consortium because they have to do it themselves because the government's not giving them any guidance. The vaccine is a really important conversation that's being ignored. I do not fault myself for telling people at the time what the government was giving us as best practices. People say, but your job is to question. On what basis? The basis of questioning.
On the basis of there were several reputable doctors and reputable reports that showed a different way than what the government was saying, and that was your job, and you didn't do it. You didn't do it because you were basically a shill for not only the government, but also the pharmaceutical companies. And he doesn't want to admit it, but right now the fire is coming on because he's about to say some more.
Early on was because I say so, because you don't get to tell me what to do and not do. Fine, I say, you are right. I said it then. However, you can't expect to be everywhere and do everything that the government is controlling because you're not going to. Your kids aren't going to be able to be in school, just like is true today in terms of what your state's vaccine protocol is. That was my point. What this guy and others want me to do is to say, I was wrong, the vaccine is bad. I'm not going to say that. The data is overwhelming that when the vaccine entered our population, the people going into the hospital with very serious or eventually terminal cases was reduced.
He's actually wrong about that too, but we'll go on.
Now, at what cost and why? We don't know. Am I open to that? Yes. If I were a propagandist, I wouldn't be doing the reporting that I'm doing right now. I started a Substack that is only about this, where I am letting you see what my doctor is saying and what we're doing on my own dime, because I believe in it. I'll tell you something else that's going to get you a lot of hits. I am taking a, what do they call it? Like a regular dose, you know, whatever. They're trying to build up of ivermectin. Ivermectin was a boogeyman early on in COVID.
You couldn't talk about it.
That was wrong. We were given bad information about ivermectin. The real question is why? Everyone's going to say Joe Rogan was right. No, Joe Rogan was saying, yeah, he was right, but that's not what matters. What matters is the entire clinic.
Actually, that is what matters. He was right, and he was having doctors on his show. He was having people on his show that you refuse to have on your show, like Dr. Pierre Corey, Dr. Robert Malone, Dr. Peter McCullough. I can name a list of them that he had who had opposing viewpoints. And when Joe Rogan got sick, he went the way of these doctors who actually ended up giving him ivermectin, and he was better within 48 hours. So, you know, it does matter that he was right because he actually did the research and you didn't, Chris Cuomo.
Rogan was right. No, Joe Rogan was saying, yeah, he was right, but that's not what matters. What matters is the entire clinical community knew that ivermectin couldn't hurt you. They knew it, Patrick. I know they knew it. How do I know? Because now I'm doing nothing but talking to these clinicians who at the time were overwhelmed by COVID and they weren't saying anything. Not that they were hiding anything, but it's cheap, it's not owned by anybody, and it's used as an antimicrobial, antiviral in all of these different ways and has been for a long time.
For malaria for over almost 20 years.
Yeah. So, and my doctor, who is now my doctor, was using it during COVID on her family and on patients, and it was working for them. So they were wrong to play scared on that. Didn't know that at the time, know it now, admit it now, reporting on it now. Because I think that's the job. The idea that, well, you...
How did he not know it, but I knew it? This is his job to actually interview people and find out what the truth is. And he's getting paid millions of dollars to actually investigate these things, particularly in a time when the world is at a standstill and everyone is scared and you're trying to get to the bottom of things, and you didn't know that. You didn't know it because you didn't want to know it.
You were a vaccine proponent. Why wouldn't I have been a vaccine proponent? Now there are questions. Oh, no, but I knew at the time. No, you didn't. What you knew was that there were people telling you to be resistant to what the government was telling you to do. That's fine. But I think for Byron Donalds and for other leaders, that's not the standard. The standard is what is the basis of you telling people it's okay if you don't take it?
Oh, there's a lot of
I felt that he didn't have a good basis.
I want to show you what
see, so this is what you have, somebody who's belligerent, and as Kasha Ku has rightly pointed out, he doesn't want accountability. because if he has to take accountability, he's actually responsible for promoting behavior that hurt a lot of people, promoting, ridiculing ivermectin, pushing the vaccines without actually doing due diligence. He actually is a mouthpiece for hurting a lot of people. And that's just the reality of the situation. But he doesn't want to take accountability for it, and you see it. And one of the things that happened that you all should look at as well that I'm going to show you is Joe Rogan's conversation with Sanjay Gupta about ivermectin. I'm going to play that, and then we're going to get into some of the solutions as well. And maybe I'll do even a part 2 tomorrow. Y'all can let me know through the text replies if you're interested in a part 2 tomorrow. And I'll go ahead and, I'll even do a little bit more to give you more information for those who are interested. If enough people say that they want a part 2, I'll do a part 2. So I want you all to see this right here with Sanjay Gupta. So Sanjay Gupta and Joe Rogan are talking. All right.
Horse dewormer's not a flattering thing. I get that. Not a horse dewormer's not a flattering thing. I get that.
It's a lie. It's a lie on a news network, and it's a lie that's a willing. That's a lie that they're conscious of. This is not a mistake.
Yeah.
They're unfavorably framing it as veterinary medicine.
Well, the FDA put this thing out. You saw that. Did you see the thing that the FDA put out?
What did the FDA put out?
It was a tweet, and it was snarky. I admit it. They said, "You are not a horse. You are not a cow. Stop taking this stuff," or something like that.
Why would you say that when you're talking about a drug that's been given out to billions and billions of people, a drug that was responsible for one of the inventors of it making
Nobel Prize.
the Nobel Prize in 2015?
Yeah.
Yeah, a drug that has been shown to stop viral replication in vitro. You know that, right? Why would they lie and say that's horse dewormer? I can afford people medicine, motherfucker. This is ridiculous. It's just a lie.
I don't think anyone is.
But don't you think that a lie like that is dangerous on a news network when you know that they know they're lying? You know that they know that I took medicine. Like, here it is. This is ivermectin.
You got
this
it with
right
you.
Here. Somebody gave it to me.
All right, hang on. The thing is, we're like going so fast. Like I feel like I'm missing.
Do you think that's a problem that your news network lies?
Well, I don't.
Dude,
what did they say?
They lied
What did
and
they
said
say?
I was taking horse dewormer. First of all, it was prescribed to me by a doctor.
Yeah.
Along
They
with
shouldn't have said
a
it was
bunch of other
if it was-
medications.
if you got a human pill, because there were people that were taking it, the veterinary medication, and you're not, obviously. You got it from a doctor, so that it shouldn't be called that. Ivermectin can be a very effective medication for parasitic disease. And as you say, it's probably, I think what, 250 million people have taken it around the world.
More,
I get that.
Way more.
So
way more. Billions of people have taken it.
Can I just come back to the one I want to talk about?
No.
Two things on the ledger.
You have, before we get to that, does it bother you?
You see, look what Joe Rogan did. It was a perfect interview. He says, no. I need you to make a statement. I'm not going to let you switch the topic because this is what these people do. And if those who don't know, Sanjay Gupta is the medical expert at CNN. He's a medical reporter at CNN. He's a doctor, Harvard doctor, and he's been talking for years. And he even did an about face on marijuana when he found out it was reversing people's epileptic seizures and different illnesses. But Joe Rogan had him on the show during the pandemic and calling out his employer, CNN. Sanjay Gupta's employer, CNN, to see what Sanjay Gupta would say in the face of the truth, because he's a doctor and he knows about ivermectin. He knows that ivermectin is not just used for animals, it's used for human beings. But his network that he works for was trying to frame it as just a horse dewormer and just for animals, as if there aren't medications that are both for animals and human beings, as I pointed out with penicillin. But they know that the American public is not that bright. So they just wanted to ridicule, how could you take a horse dewormer when it actually won a Nobel Prize for human medicine? And the crazy thing is that they did it with a forethought and they did it with hubris, and they did it to try to ridicule people because they knew that the general public would not do a simple Google search about ivermectin. And this is the real danger, y'all. The real danger is they play the general public like an orchestra. They play the general public like an orchestra because they know that the educational system of America is so weak that it has created a nation of dunces that even though they have a smartphone, they're not going to do the research necessary to know whether you're lying or not. This is what they knew. And they did that gamble and they pretty much won, except with certain people like Joe Rogan. And it just, what they hate is that Joe Rogan has such a big following. They're not worried about someone like me. Joe Rogan goes on. He's been doing this for such a long time. I've seen him build up his audience. He goes on and millions of people are listening. So he's thwarting their narrative. But they basically tried to get him and cancel him as well. So let's just look how he skillfully kept Sanjay Gupta to task when Sanjay Gupta was trying to weasel his way out of it. And these people don't care about the truth. They just care about saving their jobs and not making their employers upset. Here we go.
Way more.
So
way more. Billions of people have taken it.
Can I just come back to the one I want to talk about?
No.
Two things on the ledger.
You have, before we get to that, does it bother you that the news network you work for out and out lied, just outright lied about me taking horse dewormer?
They shouldn't have said that.
Why did they do that?
I don't know.
You didn't ask? You didn't think that was you're the medical guy over there.
I didn't ask. I should have asked before.
But they did it with such glee.
No,
yes,
Joe.
they did. I watched.
You see that? This is what we're dealing with. This is what we're up against. These are the so-called experts. And what the pandemic did more than anything at all, it shows you that the emperor wears no clothes. These are how these people are operating in daily life. And the only reason why magnifying glass was put on them is because there was a thing called a pandemic. There's no pandemic. They're going to be doing this type of activity when it comes to high blood pressure, when it comes to diabetes, when it comes to cancer, all these major illnesses. And the deaths from COVID actually, if they were actually truly registered deaths from those, because people were dying who were COVID positive of cancer, and they were saying that was a COVID death, right? So you'd have cancer and so they were like, and I could do this in part 2 tomorrow. So you had been there for cancer and you got COVID while you were actually in the hospital. And then you end up dying from cancer or chemotherapy, whatever they're pumping you, and they call it a COVID death. We saw that with AIDS too. Someone was HIV positive, they would die from a car accident and it would be logged as an AIDS death because you were HIV positive and you died. So they call it an AIDS death. And there's actually medical public health people, officials like of Illinois. There was one, it was actually a woman, a Black woman, who was talking about how they label COVID deaths, and they were labeling it, all you had to do was be tested positive, even if it was a false positive, and then you died, it was labeled a COVID death, even if COVID wasn't the true source of your death. So that's how you had these numbers looking the way that they were. But the emperor truly wears no clothes. But even under that regime, with those inflated numbers, because even during that time, there were very few recorded flu deaths. When you have a certain number every year of flu deaths, and it's like, oh, what happened to the flu deaths? They got collapsed into COVID deaths. I mean, I have chapter and verse on all of this, but the point of the matter is COVID deaths pale in comparison to heart disease deaths, to cancer deaths, to diabetes deaths. They pale in comparison. So if they're really about saving people's lives, please understand that they're using the same methodology and the same fuckery that they did with COVID, that they're doing with high blood pressure, with strokes, with autoimmune illnesses. It's the same fuckery. It is not about caring about the results of healing people. It's about pharmaceutical companies making money, and they just can't wait for another pandemic or another situation where people getting sick or more illnesses so that they can make money off of your misery. And if they used COVID, actually showed how they operate, but this is how they operate when the lights aren't on them. All the lights were on them during COVID, and that's why we found out about their operating procedures. So now you understand why health outcomes, particularly in America, are not getting better. Every year there's more deaths from heart disease. Every year there's more deaths from diabetes. Every year there's more deaths from respiratory illnesses. Every year there's more deaths from cancer. They're not reversing the trend. And now you know why. Now you know why. And people would say, you know what? We're sorry for all the people who died during COVID, but one of the positive things that came out of it is it showed you their operating procedure and that these are very dangerous people. And these are not people that you can trust with your health. Because if they're going to do this during a pandemic, what are they doing when there's not a pandemic? When all eyes aren't on them? When people are just quietly dying? And you see that the numbers are so much greater for heart disease. We can do that another time. Yes, so people are saying, yeah, they want a part 2 tomorrow. So yeah, so we've been on since 8. I don't want to belabor the point and go on, forever. This is something that can go on for a long time, and I know people want the solution. I'll just tell you all what the solution is, and then we can go over it and where you can get sources of information. And I'll play tomorrow also doctors talking about the solution. But the solution for detoxing yourself from the spike proteins is 2 things mainly. There is the process of literally fasting, because fasting causes your body to go into a state of what is known as autophagy. Autophagy is when your body has the good cells hunt and scavenge bad cells and eat them alive. Phagy means eat. So autophagy is auto-eating, basically. The auto-eating or self-eating. So what it is that these, what you call phagocytes, are actually going throughout the body and finding like malfunction cells, like precancerous cells, spike proteins, and literally devouring them. So fasting is one of the ways that you detox yourself if you got the jab. And then the other thing is to take a thing called nattokinase, Nattokinase. I'm going to go in depth in it tomorrow as we, do part 2. But I don't want to leave y'all hanging and be like, oh, I'll tell y'all the solution tomorrow. And the place that you can go to get a protocol is FLCC, which is the same thing as COVID-19 critical care. And it's going to be vaccine injury. So I'm going to show you all the website. And this is where you can go to get the protocols. Okay. I'm going to share it with y'all. And we're going to continue part 2 tomorrow. I hope this has been informative for some of y'all. I know some of y'all are familiar with some of this information. Some of you are familiar with none of it. And some of you are familiar with all of it. But the whole point is that we're never going to forget what happened. Okay, so you're going to go to COVID-19criticalcare.com. And when you go to the website, you go home and you'll go to like treatment, where it says treatment here. And this is for COVID, but then vaccine injury prevention, shedding from vaccines, long vax recovery. And you're going to literally just go through their protocol, post-vaccine treatment guide, that's where you go. And they tell you exactly what you take in terms of certain vitamins you're going to take. And it has a nutrient guide. It has all of that. And the exact protocol that you're going to really deal with, right? So first line therapies, they tell you right here. I'll make it a little bit bigger. And we'll cover it in depth tomorrow. And we'll even have some interviews with doctors who treat people who are vax injured. And they're going to talk about what they see and what has been successful. This should be information that everyone has. But we live in a society that, you have to get this information by tuning into a show like this. I really don't like the fact that many people are hearing these solutions for the first time by tuning into my show. It just shows you how weak of a society we live in, because this should be basic information that's for everyone. This should be information that's on Facebook. Like when you log into Facebook, hey, if you've been injured by a vaccine, this is what you should do. If this society really cared about you, you know, any of these social media platforms should have this as like their top banners. It shouldn't be that you just happen to tune into my show and you're hearing this for the first time. But here's the treatment approach. Right here, intermittent daily fasting or periodic daily fast, ivermectin, low dose naltrexone, nattokinase, and they go through it. Magnesium, they go through all of it. Okay, the different things that you can take. Resveratrol, sunlight, which is the whole vitamin D thing, methylene blue, melatonin, aspirin. These are the things that you're going to need to detox yourself from the spike protein, okay? And then it goes into the protocol, okay? And then look, vitamin D, I always talk about that. NAC, which is N-acetylcysteine. You understand what I'm saying? So it tells you all these. Nigella sativa, which is black seed oil, okay? And really what it is anything that's anti-inflammatory, okay? And so they give you all these different, and that's the second line therapy. So they give you the first line therapy, they give you the second line therapy, and then the third line therapy, okay? Third line therapy, hyperbaric oxygen therapy, okay? They talk about hydroxychloroquine, the thing that was much maligned, okay? So we'll go over this, but the key is just for you all to know where to go so you don't need me to solve your problems. I just wanted to give you all the methodology and the places to go. COVID19criticalcare.com, and you'll see the protocols, okay, for that. So this is the whole point of why I do what I do, man. I just don't want to talk about the problems and the conspiracies, and I don't use conspiracy in a pejorative way. I mean conspiracy in a legal way. And, you know, people would say, oh, conspiracy theory and what have you, but conspiracy just means that two or more people agree to do something terrible or something criminal. That's what a conspiracy is. And so sometimes I change the word from conspiracy theory to nefarious collusion. So let's just call it nefarious collusion. And we're clear on nefarious collusion. Chris Cuomo said it himself. The government officials called him to get mad at him for basically saying that the vaccines aren't perfect. They wanted him to say that they are perfect. So right there, you've got a conspiracy between the media and the government. Nefarious collusion, if you want to call it. So this was the whole point of it. Tomorrow, we're going to come back with part 2. I have more to share. There's a lot more. It's just time flies. You know what I'm saying? Time keeps on ticking. You understand? But the point of the matter is that, you know, I only do this. Like, I have other things that I could be doing, but I only do this because there's such a paucity of information in the public sphere. There's not enough information that gives people the roadmap to thrive in terms of health, in terms of wealth, in terms of all aspects of what they call human activity. You're not given the keys. So it's up to you to find the keys. It's up to you to find programs. And I'm not the only one on this type of time. And cross-reference everything that I'm saying. But my job is I want to be able to distill what I've learned in my brain and to share it with the general public, because the educational system's not doing it. The mainstream media is not doing it. Even the fringe media is not doing it. Someone has to do it. So I just take it onto myself to do it. And so that's why every day when I come on, there's going to be some aspect of ism that you're getting that you're not getting in other places. And so the people tuning in, I consider the audience to be a very special group of people who are looking for better and are looking for tangible results in their life. None of this is speculation. Even though we had a hater come on earlier, some guy named Corey, expect them to be there. And as you know, I keep doing this show and there's thousands and thousands more people. I've been in public debates with, you know, cancer doctors and these people, and I've had to embarrass them because they just didn't know what they were talking about. These people show up and they come with this unbridled arrogance that is not reflective or commensurate with the results or lack thereof that they have. Like, you should not be so arrogant as a cancer doctor if most of your patients die from cancer and you don't have what you call NEDs. Like, I've been doing this for a decade, right? And I didn't even work out a protocol until like 6 months ago, like a real protocol. In the past, people were reversing their cancer just with the olive leaf extract until I started doing more deep research. And it actually came out of this whole COVID debacle when I started looking at antiparasitics, because I saw that they were lying about hydroxychloroquine. And then I saw the lies about ivermectin, and it led me into a deep dive into ivermectin, where I read all types of scientific papers about ivermectin, and then come to find out there's papers about ivermectin reversing cancer. I'd already seen the papers about olive leaf reversing cancer, but I'm like, ivermectin reversing cancer, and come to find out the running thread with all these things that are reversing cancer is that they're antiparasitic. And then I find out research that's showing that cancer is being caused by intracellular parasites, and videos, like microscopic videos showing the intracellular parasites. That's what I have in the book. Those of you all who are interested, I might do a special live stream just about cancer. I might do another one about high blood pressure and another one about diabetes. And we'll go over the studies, and it'll be documents, and it'll be there, so you understand my methodology and why I've been getting success. I want to share it with the world because this isn't my information. Quiet as kept, most of the information that I have on reversing diseases are studies all on the National Institute of Health website. But as they say, if you want to hide something from people, put it in a book. Put it in research, and people ain't going to read it because you're taught, scientific studies are just for scientists and doctors. No, as long as you can read a scientific study. Everyone has been gifted with a brain, and you should never, ever, ever feel intimidated by other people. There's one thing my father told me that stuck with me as a child. My father said, in life, never think that you are better than anybody. But even more importantly, never think that anyone is better than you. This is what my father used to say to me. He said it several times in my lifetime. And that shit stuck with me. So I have an attitude where just because you're a PhD in this or that, I don't care what it is. I feel like I have the capacity to learn that thing too, and to be able to have a conversation with you about it based on my studies. And so I never feel like I'm not intimidated by an Anthony Fauci. I'm not intimidated by these types of people because my father told me, you understand what I'm saying? Like that Smokey Robinson, my mama told me, you better shop around. What I'm saying is my father told me, never think that you're better than anyone. In other words, always be humble. But more importantly, never think that other people are better than you. So the problem that we have in this society is the average person is intimidated by intellectual pursuits because they think that the people who have the degrees in these intellectual pursuits are the only people who should talk about these things. Come to find out, the emperor wears no clothes. Come to find out, Sanjay Gupta don't know what the hell he's talking about. Come to find out, Fauci don't know what the hell he's talking about. Come to find out, Deborah Birx don't know what she's talking about. Come to find out, Rachel Walensky don't know what the hell they're talking about. And if they do know what they're talking about and they're saying the wrong thing, then that's nefarious collusion. So either you're ignorant or you're operating with malice. None of them are acceptable. Not for the lives of our loved ones. You understand? So either they're ignorant, then you should not be trying to heal people if you're ignorant. or you're operating under malice, which means that you actually are purposefully trying to kill people. Either or is not acceptable. And those are the only two options that can come out of this whole debacle. And if it happened for 2 years during the pandemic, what's been happening in the last 20 years with other diseases? That's the point that I'm making, y'all. We're going to come back with part 2. It's about to be midnight. We started at 8. 4 hours has passed. Hope this was informative for y'all. We got more for tomorrow. I'm not going to stop. They may, throttle me. And one of the ways that you stop is just tell your friends to like my channels, go on Twitter, follow me, do whatever. Get the information out there. This is recorded. I keep it in my own archives. I might have a website that I have all of my lives archived, because I'm not going to put it in the hands of another man or another company to get the information out there. And I don't care if it's these lives are just held for my great-great-great-grandchildren to know what type of time their great-great-grandfather was on. You understand? Like, I'm keeping receipts. I'm not necessarily doing this for today. I'm doing this for posterities. That 200, 300 years from now, if you want to know what Heru Ofori-Atta, the first of his name, as they did in Game of Thrones, right? Heru Ofori-Atta, the first of his name, thought and felt, well, you don't have to read a book. You can just hit play. You don't have to hear what someone else is saying, what I said. You can hit play and hear what I sounded like, the vocabulary I had, the references I used, my sense of humor, the stories I told. Because one thing the pandemic taught me was to question history. Because if you read the newspapers of the time during 2020 to 2021, 22, 23, about what was really happening, most of it was lies. That made me really, really, because I'm a student of history. Now I have to question history books, because if they can't tell the truth in real time and they're going to lie about things in real time in the newspapers, how are they going to tell the truth about the past? So I'm not sure about anything that happened in the past anymore, unless I'm hearing it from that person who was engaged in that activity. I don't know what to make of history books anymore. Because if it's based on newspaper clippings and what was reported at that time, this shit ain't true. I know that they were lying during COVID. I know what they were saying about ivermectin was a lie and hydroxychloroquine was a lie. And if you go 200 years now and you try to find out what was happening now and you read the new newspapers to see the history of 2020, you're going to have a warped sense of what the reality was. That's why we have to do these shows, because some of us have to keep the record. Some of us have to keep the record. Not all of us was down with the shenanigans and the tomfoolery and the fuckery. There's a great number of us who had voices in objection to the party line. And we want to remember that for historical reasons. And we want to know who the criminals were and what they said and what they did. This should not be forgotten, because the forgetting is what caused people to embrace Anthony Fauci the second time around. If people remember what he did during the AIDS crisis, there would have been a riot when they saw him on TV trying to talk and give people advice. You see, without understanding what was really happening at the time, it gives rise to false heroes. And that's the whole point that I'm trying to make. We are at midnight Eastern Standard Time, as we say in Africa, New York time. I'm going to call it a night. I'm going to call it a show. Tomorrow, 8 p.m., we'll do part 2 of The Lying Liars. And maybe this is a series we'll do. And it won't necessarily just always be about the pandemic. It'll just be about different things that the lying liars who love to lie have been talking about, and the miscreants who support them. That's the Chris Cuomos and the CNNs and the Aaron Burnett's and all these people, and the Sanjay Guptas and the Don Lemons and all these people who are part and parcel of the false narrative that ended up leading to the deaths of so many people. Because if people would have just been given early treatment when they got sick, so many people wouldn't have died. I didn't even talk about remdesivir. I didn't even talk about the respirators or the ventilators that people were put on and died from that. I didn't talk about that. I didn't forget none of that stuff. Standard of care by Anthony Fauci was remdesivir, which causes kidney failure. And a lot of people ended up dying from remdesivir than COVID. Reality. And the studies are there about remdesivir causing kidney failure. It's all on National Institute of Health website. Just put in remdesivir and kidney failure. You see it. But this is what Anthony Fauci was pushing and mandated doctors. So when you got admitted to the hospital, you had no personal autonomy. They locked you down, kept you in a room, and they pumped you with medication that was what they call standard of care. And standard of care for COVID was remdesivir. So remdesivir is basically Anthony Fauci's reintroduction of AZT again. See, these people have habits and they have playbooks. That's why it's important to understand who's who, because you can predict what they're going to do. Just like you could predict that Pfizer was going to bribe physicians, because that study showed you that that was a 2010 study. Bribe physicians, false marketing, that's telling you it's effective, and suppression of adverse trial results, that's telling you that it's safe. These people have habits, y'all. And once you understand their habits, you can predict their behavior. Any pandemic that comes, Anthony Fauci is going to recommend a medication that's going to kill you. He did it with AZT, and he did it with remdesivir when it came to COVID. And that's the reality of the situation. These people have a playbook, just like someone whose right hand is going to throw with their right hand and block with their right hand. That's the first thing, because it's an instinct. Just like that paper said that I showed you all, habitual offenders. Listen to that phrase, habitual offender. The important part of that phrase is not offender, habitual. When you say someone has a habit, that means they can't even control it. Anthony Fauci can't control himself for prescribing medication that's going to kill you. Pfizer can't help themselves from bribing doctors. They can't control themselves from lying about the marketing of their products. They can't help themselves from suppressing adverse trial results. This is the reality. I'm not making any of this up. So, the detractors can say whatever they want to say, but we got records of y'all. There's recordings of what you said. Some of us haven't forgotten, and some of us won't forget. I know that the general public is easy to forget, because all you got to do is just feed them with gossip about P. Diddy and all of these celebrities. They know how to deal with people. They know how to deal with the general public. They understand the psychological profile of the masses of the people. And they understand that most people are at a 5th grade thinking level. That's why they can get away with saying that ivermectin is just a horse dewormer. That's why they can get away with all types of false statements. And then when you try to correct it, you're seen as the crazy one. Anyway, thanks for tuning in, y'all. And if you found this show to be helpful, then you reciprocate. You reciprocate by sending a text, say whatever, or tune in again, share it with people. You can send a cash app, because everything costs. And definitely you all have paid for things that have not rewarded you with this type of information or way to solve problems. So if the world is going to be a just place, it starts with you and you rewarding what needs to be rewarded and punishing what needs to be punished. And the way that you reward what needs to be rewarded is you give financial reward to those things that support you, and you take your money away from things that do not support your development. None of you who are paying for Netflix can actually say that the shows that you watch on Netflix, unless you're watching some good documentaries, the shows that you watch on Netflix is more valuable than this show. I can say that humbly. But you're paying Netflix or whatever it is that you're paying for. Do an evaluation and then start asking your questions. Asking yourself questions is, what type of person are you? Are you financially rewarding entities that help you thrive? Or are you financially rewarding entities that do not help you thrive? Make that assessment. Look at the things you spend your money on. Who's out there in this world? I'm not even talking about me. There are a lot of people out there doing some great work. The Dr. Pierre Corys, the Dr. Paul Merricks, all of these people who were standing up and fighting and trying to save lives. You know, you had the Dr. Layla Africas, the Dr. Sabis, these people who were trying to save lives. Like, how much money have you put in their pockets as opposed to the money that you put into the pockets of people who are actually trying to kill you? You know what I'm saying? So it starts with each one of us actually doing an inventory and auditing of our spending habits and who we're rewarding with our labor, because the way you're making money is through your labor. So how many labor hours have you just given to other entities that are actually there for your demise? Whether it be the media, entertainment, food that you're eating. Start streamlining it, and then you see that you create a better world for yourself and your children, because you know that you are actually spending money on things that give you a return on investment. That's the whole thing. I'm not the only one who's doing these types of shows. Find other people who's doing these types of shows and curate your timeline, curate your social media so that you're getting this type of information. I'm not talking conspiracy theories and people yelling and ranting and raving and all that. I'm talking about people who's giving you chapter and verse, that everything that they're saying, or at least most of the things they're saying, they're giving you references as to where they got it from so you can look for yourself. When I told you about metformin, the first side effect being death, well, I was able to show it to you. The first listed side effect was death. Who else told you that? This is the point that I'm trying to make. Some of us exist, and those of us who are really trying to create the world that we want to live in and have an earth that's better off after we leave, those are the people you have to celebrate. That's why I cover Botswana and Seretse-Khama and the miracle that was done there. And I cover, you know, Lee Kuan Yew in Singapore. These are the people who have to be celebrated. That's what we need to spend our time to celebrate those who have created a better world. Give your money to those people, because when those people get resources, the world becomes even better. But when you keep giving resources, I mean, look at the American entertainment industry. Look at the people who are given light. Complete idiots, completely anti-life people, completely people who you don't want your children to emulate, but they're given all of the light. As if they're a true representation of the average person. No, they're a representation of what the powers that be want you to be and want your children to be, because you'll be easier controlled if you're an imbecile. And the whole pandemic showed that. With the whole burgers and fries thing that the mayor of New York was doing. It's time for us to be adults, y'all. The adults have entered the room now. The adults are here now. We're not children anymore. Even though the powers that be really look at all of us as children. And we're saying no. And you vote with your dollars. Let that be your mantra moving forward. You vote with your dollars. Stop giving attention and money, because attention is a currency. Stop giving attention to money and money to dumb people, whether they be entertainers or whatever, and start focusing on scientists, engineers, people who get real results in the health field, people who can show you how to invest money because they're successful doing it. Start focusing on that. I'm talking about your time. Forget your money. Just start with your time. Start curating your time. The adults have entered the room now. We live in a jokey, infantile society that rewards people who act jokey and infantile. And that has to end because people's lives are at stake. We were primed to be idiots. That's why they could do what they did during the pandemic and lie and steal from people and steal people's lives for the profit margins of brought to you by Pfizer. Thank you for tuning in. I'll be back tomorrow. We're going to do part 2. It's going to be hotter tomorrow. Tell your friends and them, tell your aunties and all of them, your cousins and them, tune in. Show's going to be hot tomorrow. Part 2 of the lying liars who love to lie and the miscreants who support them. I'll have this be a running series and we'll cover different topics. So big up. Thank you all. People saying part 2 for tomorrow. Kashiku says, that's what I'm saying. You've been saying this since 2021 because you read the studies and listen to other health professors. Yes. Frederick Ensley, yes, part 2 tomorrow. Yep. Shabaka Raimani, yes, we'll do part 2. Michelle Jacobs, give thanks. Very informative. Give thanks. And Frederick Ensley, thank you for the knowledge. Yes, Ashe. Big up. All right. And for those of you all who appreciate it, again, I can't stress enough. Cash App, $ herbal results, so we can continue the work. Because the more resources I have, the more I'll be able to do to create a better world for me and you. Because you already know my tracker. You know what type of time I'm on. And if you don't know, now you know. All right. Bless up. Have a good evening, y'all. And thanks for tuning in. We'll be back tomorrow. All right. Bless.